Good evening, guys. Hey, Bob. 942, good to see you. And Preparedness Veteran, good to see you too, brother. Welcome to another installment of this live stream, which was moved today, Sunday, because yesterday I couldn't manage to put the stream up, so I was busy with my family, my wife and my daughter and my son. So I didn't have time. So that's why I moved it today. So how are you guys doing? My week has been pretty good. And, as usual, the StreamYard link is pinned in the top of the chat, as usual. And we have Punkai in the house. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing, Punkai? I hope everything is good with you, my friend. And I hope you guys had a great week. My week has been pretty busy at work, but that was only for 4 days, so okay, Preparedness Veteran. Just me a brew. Okay, that works too. That is good to hear, Punkai. So, today we don't have a specific topic. We just have an open topic for today's stream. I think that could be interesting for a change. We get more free when you have an open topic. And we will have to wait to see if there will be more people dropping in. And I believe it will be. So, how has your week been, Preparedness Veteran? I hope your week has been good. And I had tacos yesterday at Easter Eve dinner. That is nice and delicious dish. Tacos are so good. So, to next week will be a short week. Work for 4 days. So it will be a short week. The upcoming week. So I have my day off from work tomorrow. So that is pretty nice. Two in the house. That's awesome. Well, if you guys are up for it, feel free to click the StreamYard link that I pinned in the top of the chat and join me up here. it will be much more fun that way. And I hope Seer will drop in soon too, because he always do. Three in the house. Awesome. Well, I got some new things I got today, so but we take that when in a couple of minutes. And I see a lot of people joining and dropping off. Oh well, they will be back. So, if anybody are up for it, please click the StreamYard link that is pinned in the top of the chat and join me. It makes it easier. That makes everything easier, by the way. Hendo, good to see you, brother. And happy Easter to you guys. Happy Easter. And I hope your Easter has been great. Mine have. Hey, prepared veteran. Good to see you again.
Good sound check.
Yeah, your sound is perfect. Right, loud and clear.
No worries. I just popped out for a minute there. Sorry. So yeah, how are you going on?
So I got 5 new things from the grocery stores today.
Right.
More seeds.
Seeds. Yep.
Yeah.
So what we got there? What's that? Strawberries. Or raspberries.
Yeah, raspberries, I believe.
Yep.
And I got rucola.
Rucola. What's
salad? That's salad, or lettuce, or whatever.
Lettuce. Yep.
Yeah. And radish.
All right, radish. Yep. You put that in your salads, do you?
Yeah.
Yep.
And we have the famous rosemary.
Right. Yep.
And cauliflower.
Cauliflower. How do you say that? Yep.
So earlier,
where do you get them from?
The grocery store, actually. And I got I bought earlier. This was basil. Garlic oriental.
Yep.
And chili pepper.
All right, I see the some of those have got the organic sign on them.
Yeah, and this is lemona.
Oh, lemon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that lemon, not lemon mint? They both look quite similar.
Yeah. So, when I was at the store and looked for seeds, I didn't know I could get some heirloom seeds from the grocery store, but when I checked earlier, a couple of months ago, I checked how I can find heirloom seeds, and if it's marked, if a package is marked with F1 on the package,
Yep.
it is the first generation hybrid. So these don't have these markings.
Yeah, but they're still good enough to grow, consume, and everything like that, especially if they're organic.
Yeah, this is organic seeds.
Yeah. So what made you pick what you picked? Did you just grab a selection, or is there any purpose to your picking?
I pick what I like and what I like these. And chili pepper I like. It doesn't matter which kind. I like it anyway. And garlic oriental, well,
Yeah.
it's really nice too. Cauliflower I love too. So, and radishes, basil.
And do you plan growing them indoors or on the windowsill, or
Yeah,
they...
you can probably grow them indoors too. Yeah, and put them in pots.
Is that how you're going to grow them, or is that for an emergency and you're going to put them away just in case?
Some I will put away, and some I will try to grow.
Yeah. How are you going to package them up? You're going to seal them up in Mylar and put them in boxes and store them somewhere, or just in a temperature-controlled place?
Yeah, I need to figure that out. I need to solve that problem because I'm not an expert on how to store seeds because I've never done it before. So
yeah, all I've seen is well, obviously you got the seed vaults, but they store them in minus 10 plus degrees C. But you can buy like a prepper seed pack. They're just encased in like a Mylar bag. I don't know how they assume it's going to just be okay when you open it, or what. I'm not really sure how that works.
yeah.
But I presume as long as it's airtight in a cool environment and out of the sunlight, then it should be all right, I suppose.
Yeah.
So we need someone who grows things.
Yeah, I hope so. So
I've always wondered about making your own hybrids. So if you find, so I don't know if it's possible. I mean, hybrids are possible, but I don't know if it's possible if you could get a fast-growing non-toxic plant and then combine it with a fruit or vegetable to make it a fast-growing fruit or vegetable to suit your conditions, if you know what I mean. Surely someone must have tried that in the past.
yeah.
So we've got a couple of people coming into the house here. Look. We've got Hendo, 1974 too. RG Arizona Homestead. Pankaj again.
Yeah, Pankai. I'm not sure if he's still here or so, but he might be lurking or he's dropped off. You never know.
Yeah. So have you had an interesting week?
Well, quite busy at work.
Yeah.
The Thursday was basically a very long day.
Right.
I was at work 7:30 a.m. I ended my work at 7:15 p.m. No, 5:15 p.m. Not 7, 5:15 p.m. So
how's the weather going there? Has the snow all gone?
we have sun, and we had plus 9 degrees Celsius today.
That's not too bad. I mean, it should be fairly relatively warm where you are because you're near the coast, aren't you?
Yeah, we are basically at the coast. Yeah, so
Yeah, so you get the sea temperature should keep stabilized. Coastal temperature not far below freezing at the best of times.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the last couple of days have been quite nice here. It's been 14, 15 degrees C with nice sunshine. It's only today it's starting to deteriorate, overcast. But yeah, it hasn't been too bad a week. I went out earlier on the week, injured my ankle, not my ankle, my calf muscle for some reason. I don't know how it happened.
Yeah. RG Arizona Homestead says I would seal the seeds and keep them in their refrigerators so they last longer.
Right.
Okay, never heard about that one before.
Yeah, you know, like I say, the seed banks keep their seeds stored at minus, I don't know, 18, I think it is. I'll have to check. 18 degrees C. Svalbard, that's a famous one. Kew Gardens in London, that's a famous one. That's one of the biggest ones.
Okay.
And they refrigerate their seeds. But yeah, like I said, it's interesting the fact you can buy seeds online in packages that are supposed to last 10 to 15 years in the package. And you just expect them to just not germinate. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not good at it. I don't have that much knowledge about how to store seeds or anything like that. So everything I can put my hands on, I take it. So
Let's have a look. Svalbard Global Seed Vault. They got 1,214,827 seed samples with 98 gene banks covering 6,042 species. And it's obviously carved into a hillside, 130 meters above sea level. Was a temperature mentioned anywhere? Yeah, minus 18 degrees C. The mountain mass has permafrost with a stable temperature of between -3 and -4 degrees. -3 and 4 degrees C. Right, 4 degrees C. That's interesting. Yeah. 4 degrees C is the maximum density of water in it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I could go. So I'll click onto Amazon. Just type in prepper seeds. Yeah, you see what comes up. You get, for instance, you get a package comes up, survival seed bank. Seed bank survival kit, 25 premium vegetable seeds, over 6,000 fruit, veg, herb seeds, non-GMO, yada, 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 yada. And yeah, it doesn't really say how you store them. So yeah, a bit of a dubious about that. Well, I suppose you could put them in a cool cellar somewhere, correctly packaged.
Yeah. I don't have a good container for it, but all I have some more seeds in this, but I don't think this is a good way to store seeds, but I need a better.
Yeah.
I need a better way to store them.
Well, any sort of any form of moisture, heat, and light is going to spring them into service.
Yeah, I was thinking that might be working, hopefully, if I can get it out. But that is a different. I hope.
Right, I'm on a website here, theepicgardening.com. And they say how to store them properly for long term. What if you get a large seed collection, or you're looking to swap out varieties every year or so? Maybe you're being proactive and saving seed for survival purposes. The best way to source seeds long term is to create the perfect conditions for the seeds to dwell in. Obviously,
Yeah.
Secret is in 2 words: cool and dry. Ideally, there should be no moisture around your seeds. The temperature should be 40 degrees Fahrenheit or lower, but should not drop into sub-freezing temperatures, as that kills some forms of plant embryo. It should be dark or dim, and it should be pest and critter free.
So my idea to store seeds, a 50 cal ammo box.
Yeah. And as long as there's no direct sunlight on the box, that will heat the metal up. Yeah, it should be all right.
if I store this with the seeds in my basement, it is no windows there.
Yeah, that's all right. I'd say that will be good to go.
It's airtight, probably moist proof too, because it's ammo box.
Yeah. I mean, just to be sure, every 3 to 5 years, you can always swap the seeds out as well.
So that might work.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put my seeds in a 50 cal ammo box.
Yeah. Good. So we got going on here.
Everything I can learn, it's good, and every tips and tricks I can learn, it's also good.
So what's yeah, we definitely need a seed expert here. I got another question going. You see, what happens if the seeds you've got? Do all seeds need germinating at a certain state? Not germinating. The pollination factor. What's all that about?
Yeah, in that case, I probably need to put my plants on the balcony.
Yeah, I mean, one of my
to
parents
get the insects.
One of the parents at the moment, what they're doing is they do this every year. They get a little ice cream tub, fill it full of peat or some sort of soil, and put the seeds in, and then they leave them on the windowsill facing the sun, and at night they cover them over with cling film. Literally within 3 or 4 days, all the little seeds start sprouting up. You see them coming through, and that's how they start them off. Then once they get a bit hardier and the weather starts to pick up a bit and you get a bit of sunshine and heat, they transfer those into little smaller pots into the greenhouse.
Yeah.
Where the more warmth is, and then when they get well established in there, then they can start thinking about, are they going to put them in the garden or the old allotment and so on. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I thought, yeah, it's not rocket science, is it? Last November, I think, a year ago, I bought some garlic from Tesco, split it into 4 or 5 cloves, got a bulb or 2, and just pressed them into the dirt. And literally within, that was October. By February time, they were sprouting up. And then by May, I pulled them out of the ground, and each one had a bulb of garlic on them. So,
yeah,
garlic's quite easy to grow. I'll prove that.
Yeah, garlic. You just take 1 clove and put it in the soil, and
yeah, I had Eagle Scout Survival. Hello.
Yep. I used to be Herobrine King Knives, but they deleted my account.
Right. Yeah,
Good to see you.
I did have a chili plant, but this bloke gave it to us. I put it on the windowsill and nothing happens. And I found out later on that this particular type of chili, I don't know if it applies to them all, they only produce chilies every like 2 or 3 years. Thought I'd be given a Dodge chili plant.
How's everyone doing?
Doing good so far.
Yeah,
Good.
Doing good. CR's in the house. CR's going to join us in a sec, no doubt.
Yeah.
He said he were on here a few minutes. But yeah. Me and him were talking about fire stuff per usual. But yeah.
Yeah, and we just at the moment we're just talking about seeds.
Seeds and growing, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'll eventually get a couple of pots going at some point. That's one of my big weaknesses, I suppose, is growing things, which should be my priority, really, considering preparedness in the long term.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, Eagle Scout, where are you? Where are you at the moment then?
I'm at home. I live over in America in Iowa.
Iowa, right? Nice, flat country, isn't it? Or is it?
Depends. My town, not so much, but other towns, yeah.
Right. I've been to America 5 or 6 times, but never been to Iowa.
Yeah, it's really hilly in my county, but other counties like Henry County and all that, not so much.
Right.
But yeah.
I like hills. Hills, good training area. Up and down the hills.
Yeah.
Interesting
that's what I hear.
Yeah. I used to live in the flat fenlands of Britain, and they were just so flat and boring. Oh, it's unbelievable. It's all farmlands, big floodplain. Flooding was a real risk, so we got out of there last year. How many channels in Iowa? Oh, I know many channels in Iowa. Isn't John there? Scottish Fitness there. Is he in Iowa?
Who?
John McBean, Scottish Fitness. Sure, he's in Iowa.
I'm not sure really. I know two channels who are from Iowa. Kaylin Strain is one of them, and AOK Forging Adventures is the other one.
Right. Lots of channels. I spend. It's sometimes hard just to keep up with people's videos online.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
I mean, I woke up the other day.
Hey, Vanessa, good to see you.
Yeah, since I can't really do anything on here anymore, I just go to Twitch and do my stuff. Do live streaming there. Because like YouTube deleted me.
Right.
I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I woke up the other day and there was like 40 videos to watch. I thought, oh my god, how am I going to watch all this? You end up putting them on double speed just to watch them and put a decent comment in on someone's videos, because they're not exactly easy to make. Some videos you've got to put some thought into it. It's not just a case of grabbing a camera and just doing it. I mean,
yeah,
you can do that.
I used to knife reviews and all that. And let's just say I've had some people tell me that if I was going to take it seriously, that I need to start taking it seriously, and I need to upgrade my stuff. And like, first of all, I do take it seriously, so shut up. Second of all, well, you're saying that someone who can barely even afford the camera they use, so they need to upgrade to a more expensive one. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, some of that gear can get really expensive.
Yeah, I told them I do take it seriously, and sorry, but this is the only camera I can afford at the moment.
Yeah,
and for nothing back from sense. Oh,
I mean,
you're gonna hate.
a half decent phone these days can
I even
produce
use
some
like a
good
GoPro
quality
type.
video.
I use a GoPro type camera.
Yeah,
GoPros. I've got one now, but still.
GoPros and action cams are okay, but
Yeah.
the other thing I don't like about those is the fact that there's such a wide angle lens.
Yeah, I have a camcorder now, but yeah.
Yeah,
They use quite different.
a half decent phone, you can get some real good quality videos now, and they've got multiple lenses on some of them.
Yeah. I got the iPhone 11 right here. But yeah. Anyway, I would type chat if I could. Oh well. Anyway.
So, someone in the chat put up some sort of aspect or subject to talk about. Any questions? Anyone got any sort of areas they want to cover?
If they don't have any, I have something.
Go on then, fire away.
Just like smaller tools for preparedness. Just things. Like kits.
Small tools and kits.
Yeah. Like basically I'm just based off of this little thing I have right here.
Yep. Open it up. What is it?
So the pocket actually comes off, and it's got a little can opener, screwdriver, scraper, wrenches, and a bottle opener for some reason.
Right. It's like a little multi-tool.
Yeah. Whistle, sharpener. I don't like. I usually avoid these sharpeners, but anyway, sharpener. Signaling mirrors, compass, thermometer. Compass and thermometer. And then open this, and you get a. And magnesium and ferro rod.
All right. Yep.
But
what brand is that? Where do you get that from?
Tools.
Is that a local company?
It's in America, but it's not local to me. I got this off of Amazon a long time ago.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
No fingers.
Anyway, I don't know if that was loud or not. That when it landed on my keyboard.
That's you use that more of an EDC thing, yeah?
I give it my kit. I have a little kit right next to me. That I made.
Yeah.
This one really, it kind of does. Does have poor economics, but not some of the ones I've seen are pretty comfortable to hold. Not the ones I have, but I've seen some that are.
Yeah. Vanessa Kitty says there is a valid point there. I mean, I carry a Leatherman.
I want a Leatherman. I've been wanting the Leatherman Signal for a long time.
On the streets because they're not legal to carry on the streets without a valid reason, but yeah,
Miss Vanessa Gasper, good to see you and welcome to the stream.
Yeah, like Vanessa Kitty says there, you open them up and start gripping things tightly, and the handles really can rip into your hands and tear into your hands. They're not comfortable at all.
What my field knives right here? They got so much jimping on it. Then you grip onto it. It feels comfortable when holding it, but when you're using it, it pushes it into your hand. I've been trying to grind down some of those jimping just to make it a little bit more comfortable. But still. I have a Suzuki knife from here somewhere. What the hell is my Victorinox at? What the hell? This one, so I just got the sharpening it. I have a lot of knives, so it's kind of hard to keep track of them all. What's that thing? I put that in my kit because this one I need to have it. No, there's one more tool that's
Yeah, Vanessa, when you go to use a tool to turn nuts, etc., the sharpness of the tool cuts, tears, and wears your hand. Yeah, I agree with you about that one.
Yeah. I mean,
It
multi
happens to
tools.
me.
also.
Which one's that then?
This is when I got a scout camp multi-tool. I got a scout camp, but still, it's like
Yeah.
using like this, it's comfortable. When you're using it as a tool, that bumps could bite into your hand, and if you're gripping tight enough, but not too bad.
Okay, RG, thanks for
RG.
stopping by.
See ya.
Yeah, I think multi tools are just a convenience item that you
Yeah.
put in to cover a multi aspects of tools and devices.
My thing is like I would never use a knife multi-tool knife unless I had to. That's why I have this for my kit. I have an extra, like a backup, and then I have multi-tool.
Yeah, they're literally EDC convenience tools. To be honest, if I was doing a specific job, I would get the right larger tool for the task. Really.
Yeah, this is like an outdoors knife. So that's why I use this one for like work and stuff.
Where do you work?
I'm at a recreational park.
Right,
as a maintenance guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I started just last week.
Ah, cool. Yep.
But yeah.
May have multi-tools, but for longer, more practiced use, I make or buy those with proper ergonomics. Yeah, that's a good idea to have tools that are ergonomic.
Yeah. There's one knife that's actually in my pocket. It's not working. It's more of an EDC knife. This right here, Spyderco Manix 2. But it bites into your hand to keep it locked there, but it's not hurt. It's very comfortable to use. It just the chimping bites into the thumb, keeping the thumb there. But that's it. It doesn't hurt nothing. Just locks your thumb. And if you need fine work, it's oil.
Spyderco. Yeah, they're really expensive. Yeah.
This one, it is. I got this thing for like $10-$40 secondhand. Because the person who had it last tried customizing by putting these holes in it, and then they're like, "Okay, never mind. I'm gonna sell this thing." I'm like, "Okay, I know."
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like highly customized. Even says something on the blade that I'm going to show on YouTube because I don't think it's allowed on YouTube.
Yeah, Vanessa has a point that is critical for your safety as you use the tool. Getting injured by your tools in disastrous times tends to add more disaster to the times. I agree with that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, anyone who's ever had a Swiss Army knife will know that they don't lock and they'll fold into your fingers.
No, some do lock.
Yeah.
Actually. Some lock now.
Yeah, some lock, but the majority of them
now. Those are more expensive ones that do though. The Tinker like I have, it doesn't. It's all subjoint. What model is that one? I think you have the pocket rocket, micro pocket rocket, or mini pocket rocket. Either one. They're gonna be knife again.
I haven't heard about the Thai monolock from Benjamin.
Monolock is a frame lock, and Thai is titanium. So kind of like this, but instead of it, that thing right there, this is the frame lock. But people call it a monolock, and Thai means titanium.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's what model is that though? Because you might have like a very old discontinued one. It is, yeah. It's very easy.
Easy to clean from getting and butchering it, etc. Functions.
Yeah.
It washes off easily and cleanly. Oh, that's good. I need to check up.
You just had it. Where did you go? It's probably over there, actually. Dang it. I don't have it. Yes, I don't have it. Okay. But I have a spare ET that you can take apart. It's meant to be taken apart. So, it's right here somewhere. It's probably on a chair over there. But, yeah.
Benchmade makes really good.
Benchmade is amazing. That's what this one
Yeah,
is.
they make great knives, but they are expensive.
They are very expensive. Okay. But, yeah. Now I'm very curious on what Vanessa
Yeah.
has. Very curious on that now.
Yeah, Benchmade 765.
765?
765.
Yeah.
Mini T monologue. You know what I have to pay for that one here? 4,358 for a folding knife.
For your money? Like your
Yeah.
currency? Okay.
My
I'm
currency.
in mine. Hold on.
That's about $400 for a
Oh,
folding
that's
knife.
normal. That is normal for that. I'm surprised that low. So if it's being discontinued for so long, 756 you said, right?
You can get a decent.
That's the mini pocket rocket, and that thing is discontinued for years. I'm surprised that's so low, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a decent folding knife for quite a relatively cheap price. Opinel, for instance.
Opinel is amazing, yeah.
They're quite cheap, aren't they?
I also have a Mora around here somewhere. Here it is. Oh, yeah. Mora Companion.
Yeah, I mean, they are.
Oh, a first production at that. Okay. Yeah,
More
that's. Holy shit. Yeah, it's first production.
Here is the knife I have carried since I purchased it. It's several years ago. Mine is one if their first 1,000 of that line. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of the original 1,000.
Hey, CR, good to see you, brother.
Hello, everybody. Friend this veteran. What's up, man?
They do, yeah.
Shadow.
How you doing? All right.
Hi, Vanessa.
I'm not really scared of knife that I have to take care of, though, like a lot of other people are. Well, scared is the wrong term for that, but either way.
Vanessa says many folks buy knives but don't realize that in actual use, say around marine environments, they deteriorate badly. Yeah,
they do.
Yeah.
But as long as you do maintenance, you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you found that? Okay. I was going to say, that thing's been discontinued for since about 2017 or so. How long that has been discontinued for? If I remember right, anyway.
I live very close to the coast.
Yeah, I don't.
So I'm not a big fan of high carbon steel knives because they would get rust pretty quickly.
Then though, to me, it's like,
so
I would rather risk that to have good edge retention than have to sharpen every few cuts.
My experience about high carbon steel knives is that you have to sharpen them very often. They get dull pretty quick.
Depends what you're using. If it's really high carbon steel, it'll hold edge better than any stainless.
I prefer stainless steel because it's
like,
better.
To me,
much more durable.
Okay, you must be getting fakes then, because the 1095 that I'm talking about mainly, those don't really lose their edge quick at all. Yeah, but still, it's like that does, and as long as you maintain this on it every so often, like wipe it down, you should be good.
And you get the benefits of because it's high carbon steel. You can use a piece of flint, for
That
example,
too.
right? If need be. Although that's probably a
But
contingency or emergency scenario doing something like
Yeah,
that. I don't usually do that.
I do. On the
So, I mean,
spine
if you
anyway. I
if you had
use
to-
use a spine though.
If you had to,
Oh.
you could strike a
A
a
ferro
ferro
rod.
rod with a bit of
Yeah,
glass
this is
or
something I
stone
carry.
quite easily.
Or a piece of ceramic.
Yeah,
This is the whole sharpener I carry. This is all. I leave my stones at home.
Actually, you can actually strike a ferrocerium rod with a piece of a
Ceramic.
grinding disc.
That
Yeah.
too, and ceramic.
Yeah. Well, because
It's
grinding discs
harder than the
actually.
ferro rod.
Well, grinding discs also have little glass within it for helping it cut, right? So that's actually where you're going to get the sparks from. Because it's glass, or part of it is glass. Well, that's why
I
you
can't
see
say I
sparks when
have,
you're
Vanessa.
rolling it, right? When you're using it, right? So,
So Vanessa, I've not, but I know a lot of people who have been in those situations. A lot of people. There's a lot that don't think about that anymore.
I can't say I have been in a hunting party, but and the reason for that is I don't eat meat, so I don't hunt.
But
So-
so this is an army survival knife right here. Not only does it have the knife
Mhm.
infused, also has a little sharpener that comes with it.
Mhm.
Like a medium grit or something.
now I'm just pulling out tools randomly. Go
Yeah.
figure. Well, I mean, I have my keys on me. Usually.
But yeah.
I usually keep a multi-tool on my keys.
But I prefer D2 tool steel than or any other steels though. Because that's one of my favorite steel type, D2 is.
Mhm.
It doesn't rust that badly. It holds an edge well. So
Mhm. 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 I mean,
it's
you know,
M14.
one of the things that I do on multi-tools, let's just say, outside of a brand name like Letterman or Gerber or SOG or
Yeah.
etc. on the multi-tools. One of the things I start to do is, how a lot of multi-tools, let's say, if regardless if they lock or not the tools, usually there's like a flathead screwdriver, right? For example, right? Or let's say an awl, for example. One of the things I do is when you float it out, right? There's a certain way that I do it where the bottom of the tool, I'll actually grind that section so it's a 90-degree spine, like on the knife. That way I can use it for scraping, striking a ferro rod with the
Yeah.
multi-tool. Let's just say, in addition, if it's like there's a saw on it, right? Because to me, it just gives you a little bit more to work with, and you don't add weight to the tool. You're adding functionality because now you have this spot that you can use. So I don't have to use a knife, or let's say I use lose the actual striker by accident or whatever, right? So it's something I do, especially with multi-tools. Because a lot of the times these multi-tools they'll have like a rounded off edge on some of these parts, and I just kind of grind it down so it's a 90-degree edge. That way I can strike a ferro rod, scrape fab wood, for example, if I wanted to. But it's already with the tool.
But
Hope that
the
makes
D2
sense.
thing is what this knife uses right here. This is more of an EDC knife though.
Yep.
I mean, all my knives have a 90-degree spine for the most part.
Not all
something
mine.
easy. Well, not all mine, but
Here's the
I'm not-
knife I have. It's as a user.
kind of using folders as a striker. Like honestly, you don't want to use the knife edge, but it gives you the best spark.
Never
But
use the edge on the ferro rod. That'll destroy
well,
it quick.
you're not
No matter
you're not
what.
supposed to do it on the belly side, right?
On any
They
part of
say
the
do
edge.
it along the tip side, right? So that way you can still make feather sticks, right? But as soon as you use the knife edge, it starts to wear down the edge, right? You
That's
start to
why I
roll
prefer
it,
I
and
agree.
yeah, that's why you do it, so you don't have to dip into that, right? The knife edge is like the last resort, right? Hopefully you would see. This is why I said about having it on a multi-tools and stuff like that. Other tools that I might have on me. That way I can use that before even using the knife edge. Use the back of the knife before even using the knife edge. Because the knife edge for me would be the last resort.
Yeah, for me,
terms of
like, I
striking a
have
fair
a drop and a rock instead.
Yeah, right. Where it's just like, what's better? Right.
Or just use my multiple. I have it all in here that I use for that, actually. Gotta find it there. Right?
One of my old Swiss Army knives, I made sure that it can strike a fair rod. Right, if necessary, right? And some other edges that I can do.
The way around that.
So that
if you got
go ahead.
a knife, survival knife, for instance, for that specific purpose, for a trip out into the woods or something, then just tape a disposable lighter to the knife sheath, and then you've got an alternate, an instant source of ignition there.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the same principle of having like a ferro rod on it or with it. Same principle, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, even if you didn't have a ferro rod, at least if that matches, put a lighter to it. It's pretty simple too, right? It's
on my bag, I always have a Zippo in my bag, small kit. And I sometimes have one on me at times too. Most time anyway.
The Leatherman multi-tool is their AR firearm multi-tool. I heard about that one.
Okay, yeah. Oh, the mutt. You're talking about the mutt.
Yeah, I have one.
Oh yeah, I think I've heard about that.
That's the mutt EOD, or the Sarin mutt, but there's also mutt EOD that's for not firearm stuff. That's more for like bomb stuff, I think. It's a military multi-tool.
In every, you've all heard of Hesco Bastion blast wall packaging? No? Have you all heard of Hesco Bastion blast wall? No, right.
Hey, Bob. Good to see you, brother.
Bob, you all right? Yeah, Hesco Bastion blast walling is that blast walling that you see in Iraq and Afghanistan that the troops made. It's a wire mesh with an insert bag, and you pop it open, fill it full of rocks and gravel and earth, and it provides an instant sort of shelter barrier. Anyway, each Hesco Bastion kit has got a multi-tool in there, and I think it's a Gerber multi-tool. You get one free. So we're coming into theatre, everyone's volunteering to help put the Hesco up because they got a free multi-tool at every sort of 11 packs or whatever it was.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
It is when it's a freebie. Some of those things cost hundreds of pounds and dollars.
Yeah.
But yeah, like.
Yeah. This is one of the things I started to do with a lot of my multi-tools and just tools in general, and just kind of adding certain little things like a 90-degree spine on certain spots, right? Because it just adds to it to me. Gives you a little bit more to work with. Well, I can.
This one.
I mean, it depends, but like a flathead, like a multi-tool that has a a flathead screwdriver, right? That's an easy way to add a 90-degree spot on the back side, on the bottom side.
Yeah.
Not on the spine side, especially if it doesn't walk, right? Because then you're pushing against it. It's not the you guys know what I mean, right? When you use it, you would be like, oh yeah, it makes sense to put it on the bottom.
P38.
Or on the belly.
Oh, the P15, I think it is. P38. I remember.
Yeah, talking about the P38 can opener, there's a really larger version that they put in the aircrew survival kit.
Yeah.
Well, they used to.
I just use my for that. But yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things I do with multi-tool.
Yeah.
That's help. Every so often. I'll be like, oh, I don't know where my striker is. I'll just use the multi-tool.
Yeah.
Kind of keep
Well,
the edge of the knife that I might have or the spine a little bit still usable, right? If I don't have to use it right away. Well, because I
generally do-
realize that every time I strike with it, eventually I'm gonna have to touch it back up. So
I try and do that with all anything I buy. Is see how I can modify it initially to without just deforming the use of it.
So yeah,
well, yeah, add more functionality.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. My family wants me to do some stuff for them. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, take care, man.
No
See you
worries.
guys.
See you in a bit.
Take care.
Yeah,
There's a
cool.
lot of background noise there, wasn't
Yeah, it was some background noise. But it's gone now. No more background noise.
So, CR, what's
What's up, man?
What have you been doing this week? Anything productive?
Productive. It's so warm out. I feel like I should be productive. I woke up. It was already above freezing. I think it was above freezing the whole night.
Yeah, right. It's warming up quite steadily.
Supposed to get up, well, definitely over 60 Fahrenheit, 16 Celsius. So, yeah, that's actually quite warm for this time of
Just
year.
reading Vanessa Kitty's comment there. We had the canned sea rations early on. Yeah, I remember those. We used to have those when I first joined, and canned rations, and we used to split them down, get rid of everything you didn't need to cut down on the weight because you were on foot half the time.
Yeah.
And then back on. And normally, you out of a whole ration pack or MRE, you'd only save like a third of it.
Oh, you know, it just reminds me. I guess everyone's familiar with the Victorinox small, right? The small is usually about $20 or whatever, right? The small ones that says the knife, the file, the scissors, and the toothpick and the tweezers, right? Everyone's familiar with that. The really small one, all right? One of the things you could do if you wanted to is on the file side, on the belly of it, you can hone that to a 90-degree spine so you can use that as a striker or something to scrape with, for example. Something easy you can do. Yeah, I mean, you could do that by hand, like let's say with a ceramic cup, you could just work it, right? Eventually you would get something, right? So, and it doesn't add weight, doesn't add bulk, but it gives you functionality. So you don't actually have to use the knife that's on it, if you, for example, right? That way you, all right, and you're preserving that a little bit more. Because I don't like doing that with a knife. I mean, yeah, they say it gives you the sparks or whatever, but in time, as you do it, it wears it down, right? It wears down that edge.
Yeah. I mean,
and you might need that knife edge.
I carry a Suzuki knife as part of my ADC, and
yeah, me too.
They're okay. I'd rather not carry one, but I haven't any other choice really because I just don't like the way they fold in on your fingers when you try and use them.
Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, you're not.
But the good thing about it is, the good thing about it is that you can, if you wanted to, order or take the knife, take it apart, and replace the folding out pieces with whatever you want. Really, they do replacement pieces. You see, so you could actually have a Suzuki knife just full of blades if you wanted to, or screwdrivers and so on.
Oh, by the way, here's another tip I'm gonna share. I'm actually gonna share this even before I share it on my own channel. So remember this.
It's a spoiler alert.
So no, because you guys are so awesome and preparedness veterans here, Bob, see yourself. And Vanessa Kitty. Oh, and Shadow. Can't forget the host.
Go on.
I just wanted to see his expression. He's like, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Can't forget the host. One of the things I do with the tweezers, you know how a lot of multi-tools may have tweezers, especially on Swiss Army knives, you'll see it. You might actually see it on some Gerbers and all of this other stuff. Tweezers, right? I think everyone's familiar with that, right? The tweezers that slide in on the side, right? One of the things you can do is actually put a sewing needle that fits in that compartment with the
Yeah.
tweezers. Yeah, I've added that to mine.
The problem with this kind of knives is you need to be careful when you use them, because otherwise they fold over your finger. Or the other one is, if you're not careful, you can break the blade or your tool on them. So, or bend them.
Yeah.
If you're so.
I've snapped a blade or two.
Yeah.
Trying to pry open some wood.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts. I mean, from the basic smalls to the mediums, like the recruit, and Spartan. There's all. It goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. I mean, like, some of them are really big, right? So,
I had the.
This is a beast.
Yeah. Go back a page, if you could. Right, there, that wooden one. Now then.
That one.
I've got that one at the moment, but with a different. I've got the red handle. Main reason I've got that one, because you see the magnifying glass on it.
Yeah.
That actually works. The one I had before was the other type of magnifying glass. It was a long, thin stem with little tiny magnifying glass on the end of it. I don't know if there's one if they still do that, and it was absolutely useless. Anyone, because I bought it thinking, right, it's going to, it's got a cutting ability and so on and so on, and you've got the ability to start some sort of fire, but the magnifying glass is absolutely crap on the other version. You can't see. I have to scroll around and I'll tell you if I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, like any of the tweezers that are on these, you can actually add a sewing needle in that with that tweezer part. You just when you're pulling it out and putting it back in, it does help. It does help. I've actually used it. The tweezers. I mean, not the tweezers, the sewing needle.
The Swiss Army Champ version has got a pin which you can pull out, dedicated to the knife.
Oh, okay.
I had mine for about a year before I actually found it.
I didn't know this was available.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look there. That's none of them.
You mean that one?
No, that's got the round magnifying glass, the bigger version. That's okay. And that's okay. Yeah, the one I'm talking about is a long, thin stem on it with a little tiny magnifying. There it is. There it is. Up there. The Evolution.
Oh, that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't bother using that one. That's absolute rubbish. It doesn't start any fire whatsoever. I tried it out on the hottest day of the year, midsummer, and it was just nothing. Even the magnification effects aren't very good, so
yeah,
waste of time.
Well, because it's probably less surface area, probably. Hey.
Yeah, it's just,
I'm assuming. Yeah, surface
literally
area,
not fit for purpose, basically.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, short of using char cloth, right?
Well, yeah.
Did you try this with char cloth too?
No, I didn't. I didn't have
more with char cloth, then you know it's not good enough.
Yeah, but they are good. They're good quality steel. They're good quality. Come really sharp out of the box and stuff. But yeah, they can be quite dangerous if you're not used to using them.
Yeah.
If you scroll right at that bottom right-hand corner, a little bit more down. That one thing right there. Stop right there. Okay, you can you can get those ferrocene rods that fit into that. Although they're more expensive for what they are, or tinder and stuff like that on the corkscrew part, right? It's an aftermarket thing. They're expensive though for what they are.
They are, yeah. I mean, that's why one of the reasons why the Swiss Army Champ is because it's got every tool in there you can think of. And that mini screwdriver you can see there with the plastic twirly bit, that's very strong. That is. Yeah, they're definitely a good piece of the kit. But like I said, only really put in use for portable use.
Does anyone like that Swiss card? When I saw it in store, it was like $50. I'm like, what? Or $40. I'm like,
Never used one, no. Like, yeah, I know what you mean. They are expensive. Any Suzuki knife now is creeping up in price quite a bit.
No, but that specifically that cart, it was more expensive than some of the folders or full-tank knives and like that are Swiss Army knives that are in the smaller medium class, right?
Yeah.
And for the tools that you're getting, right? I mean, I guess if you want something in your wallet or something like that.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Or maybe behind your phone or something like that, maybe, but I was
Yeah,
just like, nah, I already got keys. I don't need that.
like I say, the other reason why I've got one and carry one is because it's legal and it's convenient for portability. Otherwise, I'd carry a decent folder or I'd carry Leatherman around, at least.
Yeah, exactly, right. That's why, I'm less prone to get looks. Right.
They're very restrictive, the laws.
Oh,
But
yeah.
do you really,
Of course, I know.
Do you really need to walk around with a fixed blade shopping and stuff like that? it's always on the debate.
Yeah, like if I pull out this Victorinox, it's like no one looks at it, right? I started pulling out even a more. Oh.
Yeah, Moras are good. They're nice, solid, tried and tested, robust knives.
Or an actual blade. Folder, right?
Yeah.
Moras are really good knives.
My excuse would be like, oh, this is just a tool to help people with. Sir. It's a tool to help people with. It is.
More robust. That's a good knife.
Yeah, a Mora companion. Simple.
Yeah.
Simple knife, good quality.
Don't forget a knife which is very underrated. Not many people talk about. They get overshadowed by Moras. Is the Hultafors knives. They're quite good and similar to Moras. In fact, the Hultafors are probably a more robust, cheaper version. They're about the same price as a Clipper. But it's that type of knife that it's so cheap. You can just use it, abuse it, and not think twice about it. Because, I mean, who wants to buy a $200 plus knife and you abuse it the same way they abuse a Mora? Because you lose it, you've lost your treasured knife, and you haven't lost $11, $12 or whatever it is. You've lost $200 plus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's one thing I have issues with, but sometimes I can't dedicate something directly to a kid. It's just like, for the price, it's like let's say it's a $50 item, and I'm barely using it. I always feel like, I gotta get my money's worth and use it.
Yeah, well, definitely this day and age, you got to, haven't you?
Yeah. I mean,
it's like
I was gonna go ahead.
It's like a pair of boots, isn't it? I mean, people say, these pair of boots are brilliant, that pair of boots, all this. To me, if the boot is functional, it doesn't cause you blisters, you do your job with it, then you're onto a winner straight away.
Mm-hmm.
There's just thinking about Bob's one of Bob's last videos about security he did. I come across a device the other day. It was a pressure pad, hidden pressure activated mat, and you place it in wherever you want to place it. Someone steps on it and it sets off either their door alarm or the siren or the intruder alarm. Has anyone used or seen them at all?
I mean, I think I can understand the concept, but a welcome mat or something like that you put underneath or something like that.
Yeah, the one I saw was £36, so that's $40 or something. Noisemaker, that's what you want. Anything to create some sort of early warning system. That's if they actually cross your barrier, then they're into the fair game sort of territory.
That's cool, Vanessa.
Ontario Knife Company, yeah, they got good quality.
Yeah, Bob's going to join us.
Hey, guys.
Bob, good to see you.
Hello, fellas.
Bob, you all right?
Good afternoon, Bob.
I'm doing good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I swear by those audio alarms. I've got those around my house.
That one you showed on one of your last videos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got on different sides of the house, and they make different chimes, and I know right where you are.
Do the chimes only sound internally, or do they make a sound so the intruder knows that they've been pinged?
I have them. I have the chime, the receiver box on a power strip right next to my my table here in the garage, and you could put the receiver box outside or near the garage door or whatever, however you want to configure it.
Yeah.
Very handy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can unplug it and take it up to upstairs and go when you go to bed. Yeah.
Hey Bob, I was gonna ask you how much power does that draw though?
How am I supposed to answer that?
No. Okay, I mean, like, is it like 12 or whatever? I mean, no, I was just thinking, like, how would you run this? Let's say, or something like that.
To a what?
I was just thinking to a battery, for example. Like, let's say the grid's down and you're trying to still get it to work.
I think they have some that are all full battery operated.
Okay.
But the ones I selected, they've got, you plug them in to the wall outlet, and then.
Okay.
If the grid's down, you can also ramp up your non-lawful measures, should I say?
Correct. Yeah.
Depends on the situation, I suppose. I mean, if it goes to complete, SHTF and that, you could start deploying spike strips and nails and all sorts of stuff.
Bingo. I've got a lot of those, and they're in little boxes put away.
The rules are off the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rules are off the table. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't dip into that unless it was that situation.
Yeah, you got to remember that no one can fly. You got to put your feet on the ground somewhere.
I agree with that.
Oh, okay.
Break out the landmines.
Well, if God wanted us to fly, He would give us wings.
Wings, that's right. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of nerves in your feet, so something. Yeah. Wake up! Good morning. Ow!
So the question is: do you make sure your house is the most hardened in the street and the most unattractable house to burgle in the street, or do you converse with your neighbours and form a little sort of watch group?
All of the above.
In peacetime.
Yeah, I would just have both options.
Both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Use whatever method you possibly can. Yeah.
Look, guys. Look. There's no snow.
Well, you got lucky.
Are you mobile, eh?
Oh, wow. Like, look, I'm just walking. There's like a little bit right here.
Right, yeah.
That's like the last little bit of it. Like, I can set up a tent now if I wanted to.
Well, I just recently learned that from his wife, my neighbor directly next to us. He was in the first Gulf War. He was a tanker, and I think the Army. I think, but he's a calm, really well-adjusted guy. I told him that I was in the Air Force, and and he did mention that he used safety wire on the tanks. So, that's a good guy to have next door. Someone who can remain calm if anything happens. But
yeah, definitely. I haven't been home I've been home once since November, basically. Since November, I've been living at one of the parents' houses because the other parent died, you see. I've been hardening their sort of place up and making sure they're all right, and
good
cameras, lights. I've got barbed wire. Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm. Very
Alarm
good.
systems.
Mm-hmm.
And
I did the same thing for my mom before she passed. I hardened her house. I installed cameras and motion detectors and everything I could think of.
yeah.
Well, that is a good help.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the next door's house is empty because they both died. And the guy on the other side of those, he's a plumber, and he's sorted out. I had a chat to him, and he's got all his cameras set up and stuff like that.
Good.
But the street is this end of the street is generally switched on. I'm not too concerned about the rest of the street. They're quite a way away.
I'll say it again, guys. I think you have more to worry about from common street crime than you do anything else.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'll tell you. I was thinking about you the other day. What you said, because I come across a post on Twitter, I think it was, and it was a video from the inside of a hotel pointing out onto the street, and it was a billionaire. He got stabbed. It was two.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you see that?
I heard about that. Yeah, that was in the U.S., wasn't it? Yeah, that was in the U.S., right? Yeah. Yeah.
You know, what? you know, I bet that was the last thing he thought he would. You know, the way he would go, stabbed in the street by someone else. You know, and within 2 or 3
that
minutes,
stuff happens. That stuff happens. Here in Canada too. I'll mention a story. It happened out in Toronto about some 16-year-old. I mean, I won't mention the details, but yeah, that didn't end well with him either. So, and that stuff happens.
Yeah,
here in Canada too. So.
Right.
We've got a lot of problem here with knife crime because of the lack of availability of weapons, guns. So all the youngsters, they're carrying knives.
Yeah,
knife crime is the sort of thing at the moment for the youngsters. They feel they got to carry a knife because that's the threat against knives and so on. Yeah, it's a grisly situation.
Or they feel the situation warrants it because they've been friends before or something happened. They want to carry.
Current culture, basically, gangs of youngsters use below the ages for 18, so they know they can't go to proper jail and go through a proper court proceedings. So they're not that bothered really, and they're amongst their friends and mini sort of street gangs and feral youths basically. You get to a point where you can't say anything to anyone anymore. You can't shout at them or go and intervene or anything because they'll just turn around and it'd be like a pack of dogs on you basically. 5 or 6 feral youths with knives, weapons, and all sorts. So it's extraction.
Well, just like any tool, you have to know how to use it, right? Having the tool doesn't guarantee anything.
Yeah,
it just gives you the capability of doing something.
Well, the problem with knives is it's very hard to defend against, even with a firearm.
No, that's a fact. That is a fact.
Oh yeah, that distance they can close in.
Yeah, I mean, you got the 21-foot Chula drill, which basically says that if an assailant is within 21 feet of you, he's going to get you, basically.
Yeah.
Because they'll just keep coming. I saw another video on Twitter earlier the week, actually, where this guy was coming at this policeman in America, and he was hitting him over the head with a stick and so on. And it wasn't until he was on top of the guy that the cop pulled out his gun and shot him. He emptied the mag into him basically 12 times. And then eventually the guy keeled over and dropped to the floor.
Yep.
If he had had anything else on him apart from a stick, it would have been a different story.
Now, if he'd do that to a police officer, what would he do to you and me?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, they're uniformed, handgun out there. I mean, the guy's out of his mind, and I'd sure hate to wake up in the middle of the night and have that guy standing in my bedroom looking at me and my wife. You know,
Yeah.
that would be a very bad day.
That would be a scary sight.
Mhm.
And it's happened quite a few times as well,
Yes, it has.
even
A
to
lot,
the super rich and so on.
a lot more than what you know, because they don't. A lot of stuff doesn't make the local news. They don't talk. You know, stuff happens. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I was in one of the local stores this week called B&M. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. It's like a discount store when the like food items, cans, and all the rest of it come to within a year of its shelf life. They buy all this product and put them in these stores and discount them heavily. Anyway, I'm at the tills and the checkout, and it was all people worked in there. The checkout operators are all girls, women. A couple of them were a bit older. One of them rushed to the door, and she just started shouting, "Security to the door!" You know. So anyway, I looked around. So I'm literally 10 foot away from the door. And I see this guy coming down the aisle. He looked like a rough sleeper, but he had this big heavy overcoat on. As soon as he got to the door, they started wrestling with each other, and all these tins of jars of coffee fell out of his jacket. Dow Egberts. Anyway, by the time the rest of the staff got there, this guy had sort of half ripped his jacket off, and he was running off down the street. And I said to the woman afterwards, and 3 or 4 of them, I said to her, "Well, just let him go. You know, you're trying to defend a multi-million-pound company from these people who's trying to nick a couple of jars of coffee, and they're not prepared to get their own sort of dedicated security guard to the door. It's not worth it. Just let them go." A lot of stores here, Tesco, Asda, their policy is just let them walk out the door. And if, you know, you can capture them later on from CCTV footage if possible. If that works.
That's how many of the stores here in my area are now. They record them and turn the file over to the police and all that. They just let them go because it's not worth an employee getting hurt or someone getting killed because of a.
Exactly. Well, it's just not that; it's all the hassle that goes along with all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, oh, now there's an investigation and we got to close the shop down or whatever, the store down for the whole day. Then you're losing money, you're not getting paid, and all this other stuff that's happening. So it's sometimes not worth confrontation.
They do. The store where we used to live now has an armed guard near the customer service desk, which is in the front of the store, and he's a uniformed armed guard, and I'm glad to see that. You know, at least it's a presence. And,
a couple of stores have fog cannons, which they just press a button and it fills the store with a big mist and fog, so you can't see anything. That's deterred the odd person.
Yeah, that's it's just the way it is now. They're going to have to just let these guys walk out rather than somebody getting hurt. You know, it's a sad state of affairs for us, but that's with the increase of narcotics and amphetamines into everybody's country. It's not going to get much better, man. I can't see it getting much better. It's a shame, but
I mean, we live next to a major city. It's about 20-minute drive in there, and we don't even go in there anymore. We go to the smaller town just down the road because you haven't got this kind of problem as much. So just avoid the areas, and it's just going to get to a stage where everyone's avoiding these areas, and just goes downhill, and you get more people shopping online as well.
Yeah, I do most of my shopping on Amazon online. Most everything except for food. I'll go to the store and pick up a few things, but we're not in that same area that we lived for over 10 years. But I haven't let my guard down. I'm strapped right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we understand, Bob. We
Mhm.
understand.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
yeah, don't blame you.
hmm
You just have tools ready. That's all, right? You just
Yeah.
have tools ready.
Well,
That's all.
yeah, especially at my age and all that. Fist fighting with a junkie that's 40 years younger than me who doesn't feel pain. I need every leverage I can get. You know.
Yeah, and keep the person on distance.
Uh huh.
That can be a problem. That is the most difficult to keep a person on distance.
Correct.
Especially in close quarters. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me of something. Did I know I sent it to you, Shadow. I don't know about Bob and PV here. There was this other incident out west here in British Columbia in Vancouver. I think it was Vancouver, right? There was some incident during the daytime, right? And unfortunately, the person didn't make it. And that has to deal with just it happened broad daylight, right? Like, see, I don't usually like to say certain words, but let's just say someone didn't make it.
Yeah.
Right? And it was
Yeah.
like broad
get it.
daylight at the
Mhm.
coffee place, right? I mean,
Yep.
like, because my friend's been telling me, they're like, oh, I feel safer during when it's busier. There's a lot more presence of people or whatever. People can come and help, right? One of my counter arguments to that
Ready to eat?
was,
Thank you, baby. There's my Filipina. Thank you, darling. All right.
oh,
Well,
Great,
yeah,
now.
generally. Oh, that was good. Generally, the let's have a close up.
Okay,
What
that
is it?
looks good.
What I was gonna say was, if there's less people around, there's less chance of it. The more people around, you can't someone behind someone, right?
Yeah,
Come
generally
around
that's
the next corner,
case,
right?
yeah.
I'd rather be around with if there's no one around, then there's no one around at all. Right.
Bit of a double-edged sword, really, because if someone is targeting you specifically, then they can get closer to you in the crowd. You see.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're aware of your surroundings and there's no one else around,
Yeah,
Bingo.
with
or,
50
you
feet,
know,
there's no one around you. 50 feet, you can see there's no one around. Let's just say, let's say hypothetically speaking, like an urban environment, like a train station, I guess, right?
yeah,
I know stuff happens in New York and stuff like that, and those are during broad daytime, right? Lots of people around.
you mean
Having people around
people?
doesn't guarantee your safety.
No, it doesn't
Nothing would.
guarantee it. No.
Yeah.
Well, you're playing it's like a flock of birds and the eagle, I suppose. We play the numbers game.
Mhm.
Unless someone is specifically targeting you, then you try and blend in and not be the target, I suppose.
Yeah.
Not be the weaker person, not demonstrate your.
Mhm.
Don't show off your flashy watch. Don't flash your cash when
Yep.
you're opening your wallet and that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, I remember this one time when I used to go to the bar, right? Let's see, I don't play VLTs anymore. I stopped doing all that stuff, but I won like $200, right? So when I grabbed it, first thing I did was, well, basically I put something in my shoe, bottom of my shoe, and I just had 1 or 2 20s in my wallet, just so if I'm opening the wallet, people just see, they're not seeing 100 or big wad of cash, right?
Yeah.
Just to be low key, and I went into the washroom to do that, so no one would notice me doing that. Well, because at that time, right, I'm like, well, obviously, I have like money in my wallet now, so just in case something happened, right, someone wanted to do something, at least, give up like that 220s versus the rest of it, like a false wallet or something like that. That way, they feel like, oh, I got something out of it, I could just leave, right? But secretly, they don't know that I have more.
Just don't lose your shoes as you get into the scuffle because the thief thinks you still got in your pocket.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, that, but the reason why I did it is so I was drinking at that time. I didn't want to drop a 20 in the middle of the bar like a fool, right? Yeah. And stuff like that, right?
I've got a travel belt, and inside the belt it's got a sort of little zip compartment. You can.
Oh yeah, you got one of those?
Yeah, emergency sort of little pouch.
Yeah. I like stuff like that. Quite useful for a lot of people that do a lot of traveling at times, right?
Yeah.
Not familiar with an area and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Shadow, I thought you were gonna do some talking here.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting to see, right? Or talk about the relative crime rates and methods of different countries. So I mean, in Britain, you can spot someone quite easily out of the normal because most people walking around the streets are dressed smartly, and anyone who looks out of the ordinary in terms of the way they dress, rough, sort of unshaven beard and stuff like that, they smell, or they just generally look like a vagrant or off the head on drugs and stuff like that. They quite easily spotted, so a lot of people avoid them. You obviously get the other occasion where you're not going to spot them, but
yeah, because they mask, they try to blend in and just kind of keep a low profile until the last second.
Yeah, for instance, pickpockets, for instance, they like to blend in amongst who they're going to target.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
I don't hear much about that lately anymore.
I used to, when I was younger, I used to live in Hong Kong, and one of the methods that people were using in Hong Kong was in their wallets. They used to have fishing hooks and razor blades embedded into their wallets. But the good thing about Hong Kong, they were honest thieves, if you know what I mean. If you had your wallet nicked or you had someone found your wallet, they'd take the money out of it and then post it into the post box, so you get it back eventually, which is a good thing.
Yeah, they didn't care about your ID or anything like that.
That's kind of decent. Yeah, that's kind of decent.
Yeah, right. They mail it back with your ID and stuff like that because they don't care for that. They can't use that.
Yeah.
Well, unless they're like
they don't want to be found with it in their possession. That's why.
I mean, we're talking
Oh,
about
yeah,
that
that's
back in
right, too,
1977 when I was 8-9 years old. But this day and age, I'd probably like to think that they keep it all because identity theft goes a long way. They can also sell you details on, you see. So,
yeah,
I'd say that
if you guys are interested in the crime rates here in Sweden, I put a link in the chat.
Right. I mean, when you go out your door, Shadow, you watching your back, or is it quite a safe area? You're obviously aware of your surroundings and looking for things out of the ordinary, but is that sort of thing rife?
Well, in my area, well, it has been unprovoked assaults on just people who walked from a hockey match,
A to B, going from school, from work, right?
Going from a restaurant, just unprovoked. They get beaten up, and
that happens.
So do you think
that happens? I know.
Is that more drink related or drug related?
The problem here in my city where I live, I was surprised, but it is a lot of drugs, narcotics in my city, and it's also a lot of illegal weapons here as well. So,
yeah.
Right, you're talking firearms or blades?
Firearms.
Right.
Probably all of it. Right?
And even blades.
Yeah, probably all of it.
At some point.
They go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of machete crime in the bigger cities here.
Oh, I've seen that firsthand, by the way. Comparing this picture.
Right, I'm going to say that's more gang-related stuff.
Yeah.
The more up the chain it goes to the organised crime level. That's more the pistols and stuff like that. But that sort of crime is very rare against bystanders. It's more or less rivalry amongst
it's
territory and that sort of stuff.
targeted.
Yeah. There was an instance not about 6 months ago, I suppose, where a hitman was tracking down the person to shoot, and I think he went into the wrong house. And as a result of that, he shot the mother, went through her hand, and killed the kid who stood behind her.
Mm.
He's just been sent out.
Martingale, good to see you.
Hi,
Hello.
IGD.
Mhm.
Nice to see you.
Uh,
And of course, everyone else in the side chat. I am reading the side chat, so I just see everyone coming in.
Let's have a look. See what we got in here. Oh, right. So Idaho Garden Girls. Yep.
I'll give you kind of an example. When you mentioned machetes, the last place that we lived, people are stupid. They're stupid. There was a couple that lived down the street, and he was that short, tough guy with the big, jacked up truck. You know the personality. You know, big muscles. You know the personality.
Yeah.
And his wife
Yeah.
was absolutely drop dead freaking gorgeous. And you'd see her coming from a mile away. They were walking with their young child from the supermarket back to where we lived. And she mentioned that a fellow followed them out of the parking lot, grubby guy with a backpack carrying a machete. So where did they go? They walked directly to their house.
Mm.
Would you do that? They walked
If I
to their
knew
house, and he
specifically
followed
someone's-
them.
Yeah.
He followed them to their house. Do you understand how stupid
Yeah.
people are? I
Yeah.
would not have done that. I would have walked to the car, got in it, and got out of there. And he showed them where that beautiful woman and a little kid lived.
Yeah.
And she brought it up to her husband and go, "Oh, don't worry about it. He's not, openly carrying a freaking machete." Yeah, they just showed
that's
them.
assuming a lot. That's assuming a lot right there.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Oh no, I mean assuming that it's all good. That's what I bet.
Oh, that's
Oh,
what
right.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
I was
little
like-
this little husband guy with the big truck and all that mentality of nothing's gonna happen. Dude's got a machete, and you don't know him, and he's obviously a homeless, and you
And they
just
know-
showed him where your sexy, good-looking wife lives. You're a freaking moron.
That's not good. That's not good.
You're an idiot. And people
Yeah.
are stupid, man. People really are. They're dumb. They have no common sense.
Yeah.
Mm.
Normalcy bias and just
Nothing will
oblivious.
happen. Yeah.
Nothing happened as long as he's around. When he goes
Yeah.
to
Well,
work,
yeah.
what's gonna
Probably
happen?
it would be like that, right?
What's going to happen?
Hopefully it
when he
wouldn't
goes to
happen.
work?
Yeah. Hopefully prayers that nothing actually happens. But
Yeah,
they
but
should consider that it's a possibility now.
Well, some of these people, they've got nothing to lose at all. They're quite welcome a couple of years in jail or something. So,
it doesn't bother him.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, some people wear it as a badge of honor.
Yeah, that I coached her a little bit. I said, for God's sakes, I asked her, well, what do you do if someone's in a car following you around when you're driving? Just go home. No, you drive and park in front of the police station.
Yeah, you do something like that. A public area.
Never.
You go back into a
Never
public area.
show them where you live.
Yeah.
But people are stupid. That's why there's so many victims of crime, is because they're stupid. They don't have any street sense. They don't have any street smarts, and those are the victims. And I'm not a victim, I maybe I shouldn't have brought that up, but just don't be a victim. Don't make it easy for him, man. Go somewhere else. And don't. I told her, for God's sakes, don't. And he followed you to your house. Yeah, but it's okay because little guy with the big muscles was there. Well, where is he now?
He's not always going to be around.
Yeah, you're at home alone with your little kid.
Yeah, right.
Duh.
He's got to go to work.
Yep.
Go to a job site to visit people too, right? Right. So
a lot of
it'll
people
just be that timing thing.
A lot of people live blinkered lives, and they see it as their house is their sort of final dome of security. If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
and until anything happens, they just carry on as normal. They're oblivious. Yeah, totally oblivious.
Oblivious, and those are called victims. Yeah.
Go,
Yeah,
go.
and what happens if he tells his friends or
Yeah,
brings
well-
friends with him, right?
Mhm.
It'd be a totally
Go,
different thing.
Turn TV on. Start watching Love Island and stuff.
Watching what? Love Island? What's that?
Love Island. Oh my god.
What?
Love Island. All right.
I don't even know what this is.
Right. Okay. Yeah. In UK at the moment, there's for the last 2 or 3 years. You heard of Big Brother, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Right. It's TV in Britain is getting more extreme. It started off with Big Brother, then it went to a couple of these other shows, and it's turned into this thing, Love Island now, which you get these paid models and stuff like that. It's all false. That strut around openly, sort of sexizing themselves on TV, and just promoting the over sexualization of people. You know what I mean?
Oh boy.
Oh, so
Okay.
like The Bachelor and The Bachelorette.
Yeah, that's
Okay. Here we have a good. I found a good page about crime rates
Mhm.
here.
Is
You
this
see
what
here,
period is this cover?
crime is on orange.
Right. That doesn't mean anything to me at the moment.
Level of crime 53.16, moderate. Crime increasing in the past 3 years, 70.24, high.
Good God! Wow.
Worries home broken and things stolen, 41.99, moderate.
Mhm.
Worries being mugged or robbed, 46.88, moderate. Worries car stolen, 38.29, low. Worries things from car stolen, 45.73, moderate. So worries attacked, 48.02, moderate.
Right. Yeah.
Safety walking alone during daylight, 65.39. That's high. Safety walking alone during night, 43.68, moderate.
So petty crime, if you can call it that, is going up.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't call it petty, but and more people are getting worried about the situation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as the number of addicted people increases, the everything else increases.
Yeah.
'Cause they're going to get their dope no matter what they have to do to get it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
stuff don't happen during the daytime, not
Yeah.
just at night.
Usually,
That's why.
If you check on here on the Swedish four biggest, largest cities, Malmo is crime index 55.9, safety index 44.1, Gothenburg 46.6, safety index 53.4, Stockholm 46, and safety index 54.0, 54, yeah. And Lund 33.5, 66.5.
I would have thought Gothenburg would have been the lowest. Since Batman lives there.
are those all port cities where they have
Gothenburg is a port city.
Okay, is that the highest one?
Gothenburg is here.
Is that the one with the highest crime rate? Was Gothenburg?
Crime index is 46.6, and Malmö is on 55.9.
Here in the States, the port cities have got the highest amount of crime, and same with the border crossings.
Right.
That's where the fentanyl and all that comes in by sea and by carried across the borders.
Yeah.
Yep.
Every city in Britain is just a major,
Yeah.
almost no-go zone now.
Yeah.
London, Manchester, Bristol,
Mhm.
Birmingham.
Yeah, there's a fella here on YouTube. His channel name is Storms, Cats, and Radios. He lives out in the mountains in Kentucky, and the amount of meth in his area is way out there in the country. It's outrageous. I mean, these people are so brazen that if you leave anything left alone, they'll go in there with pry bars and take it apart and sell it for scrap metal to get their meth. You know,
Day or night, right?
day or night,
Day or night.
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They don't care if they're seen. They don't care if they're pursued. They don't care. You know.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that's why just having people around doesn't guarantee security
No, it
or
doesn't.
your safety, right?
No.
Some people don't even care if there's bystanders around.
They don't care. A lot of them
Yeah,
don't.
so that's
they're past that point.
Interesting to say about scrap metal. We used to have scrap metal in UK. Used to be you could just take it to a scrap metal merchant and they'll give you cash for it. You're not allowed to do that anymore. You've got to be registered. And you can only bank transfer job. Because
it's the same here. It used to be because I did that stuff when I was paying child support. It's this weird habit I call eating and shelter, because child support for 2 kids will put you out in the street. And it first started off where it was cash only, no questions asked, and then later on you had to show identification and be on their system to be able to sell any type of scrap metal. And then at that time they were still paying out in cash, and then they switched to you have to have a bank account where they could send a check to your bank account.
I mean, people the theft of like something like copper piping from a new apartment building, right? Or the wiring, right? People do that.
You bet
they
do,
because they know it's been put in, right?
One of the most common things I saw was the meth junkies who would have a girlfriend who's got an ID, right? The most common thing I saw them stealing stuff was extension cords out of people's backyards. If you cut your grass and leave your extension cord out there, they're going to get it. Anything that will fit into a backpack, they're going to get it.
Yeah.
Then they find someone else. Copper. Yeah, exactly. Then they'll find someone to sell it for them, or in their name.
Exactly.
That's desperation. That is.
Well, I want to show you. But it happened. Well,
I want to show you another. I found something very interesting. Sweden versus United States crime rate. And I just want to share this, guys, with you. Okay, gun crime. Guns per 100 residents. It's ranked. We are ranked 10th, 31.6, and US is on 88.8. International homicide rate 0.86, and US is on 4.7. Murder rate 91, ranked 61st place, and US has 12,996. So you are ranked on 9th place. Murder rate per million people 9.7 in Sweden, ranked 75th. And you are on 43rd on 42.01. Murders 91, and you have 12,996. And murders per million people 9.7, 42 versus 42.01. Rapes 5,960, ranked 7th, 84,767. Rapes per million people 635.52, ranked 3rd, and you are ranked 270 on 9th place.
That's interesting.
I never seen these numbers before, but it's really interesting.
But and if they took away our ability to protect ourselves, look at the numbers then. Can you imagine what this place would be like if they took away our abilities to use a firearm or other weapons to protect ourselves? It would be insane.
Better look up because it's skyrocketing.
Well, here's a factor you got to put in also across the southern border in the U.S. The last numbers that I was able to see was last May. I think it was over 30,000 a month was coming across the southern border of unvetted people. 30,000, dude. That's an entire city of people who knows where they come from, what they did in their last home, and you do that every month. That's millions of people. That
I've heard similar. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they use certain tactics as well, where they set up a distraction crossing. They know all the cops go to that area, all the resources to use, and then the main brunt of what they want to get across goes across via other means.
Yeah, they're pack mules full of dope to follow in with the people. Yeah,
it was only you're Tacoma, Bob. Yeah.
In that area, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know until today. I was looking at my notebook, writing the rain notebook. They're in Tacoma, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm in that general vicinity. It's a port city, and it gets well.
So the people who make the writing the rain notebooks, they're based in Tacoma.
Right in the rain. Oh, okay.
You know, the waterproof notebooks and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, have a look at the back of one. You'll see that.
Okay, I'm done. Go take a look. Okay.
It's the Blue. Hello, Blue. How you doing, darling?
Hey, Blue.
She's a Washingtonian too. She lives over, as far as I know, on the peninsula of Washington State.
Bigfoot country.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to see you, one.
Yeah, I shared your stream out for you, Shadow. So I hope we can get a bunch of folks in here.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. I learned a lot. I lived in a pretty horrible place for 10 years, and I learned a lot. I'll show you one of my projects that I'm working on right now, guys. Is these are spike strips for birds, and I'm going to put these in different places to right out in the open, painted bright colors like that, so you can see them from the streets.
Yeah.
To make it difficult to climb up a fence and go up onto my second floor. You understand?
Yeah.
I want them right out in the open. I want them to be seen, and they're not a booby trap. They're not hidden. They're not sharp, but go to the neighbors. They have nothing. I have all this stuff. They don't have anything.
Yeah, and hopefully make yourself a harder target.
Exactly. Or
make them. I'll go somewhere else. I'll go next door or something like that. Something a little bit easier.
Yep. Yeah, that's my whole purpose for all sorts of things that I do around here. I'll show those spike strips where I put some of them, and you'll understand when the video comes out. As soon as it stops raining, maybe someday it might stop.
Hey Bob! Hey Bob, did I mention it's supposed to rain here? I'm actually supposed to get rain this week.
It's been raining here for a week or more, nonstop.
Must be coming from the south then.
Yeah. Canada, if it's not snowing, it's raining, isn't it?
Well, I rarely see rain. It needs to actually rain.
If it's not snowing, it's raining. Then you get 2 weeks of summer, and it starts raining again. And it says, that's a year.
Apprentice veteran, please don't jinx my rain here.
I've been to Canada about 5 or 6 times.
We will have rain tomorrow.
I've been to Canada many times, and one of the last times I went there was just outside Calgary, and on one of the weeks it was like plus 27 degrees C, and then literally 2 weeks later it just turned with the flick of a switch to minus 10.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that stuff can happen.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
about 75 Fahrenheit down to like 20.
Yeah.
That's a big drop.
A lot of people were caught out those weeks.
I mean, I've already washed my winter jacket, but I mean, I still have like, let's say, an early spring, late fall jacket, just in case. You know, for the nighttime, right? For example, right? You know, I've washed all my gloves, tubes, and all that stuff already.
Yeah. In case you guys didn't see the video, I see all those empty boxes over there. I stacked them up to plug a hole in my garage.
Oh yeah, we saw the. I like the chain mail sort of thing dangling down. That was quite good.
Yeah, those are big bells. Cling, 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 cling. You know, that's from experience, because the guys that have tried to walk in my house in the last place we lived. I had to put up barriers. I had to. I didn't have any choice.
Oh yeah, those bird strips you've got there.
Oh yeah.
Show them up again.
Oh, here you go. Right. Yeah.
Right, so a question for you is: are they pretty flexible? The length of those.
These? No, this is all stainless. You know how rigid stainless steel is.
Right, so they are quite rigid then. I was going to say, if it's springy on top, you can trim them down an inch or two to make it a bit more stiffer.
Well, I thought of doing just that, Vet, and sharpening them, but still, with the liberal courts that are here, if I sharpened them and I modified them, well, you showed intent of someone getting hurt.
Right. So the modification process.
Yeah, that's
just
the
leave
problem.
It. Yeah, I
so
just
they
leave
are
it
off the shelf. They're bird parents.
Yeah. In fact, I painted them bright colors so they could be seen. So
you're not trying to conceal it, or
and they're 12 feet in the air. You know, so
if you can see a bright colored thing high up in the air, you must be blind.
Yeah.
Or get new glasses.
I was looking at one of the police websites here, and I was surprised to see that it recommends putting broken glass on top of walls.
Well, they do that in the Philippines. Yeah.
Which I didn't. Well, yeah, but I didn't realize it was legal to do. And this is straight off a police website. I thought, oh, that's a
really.
Thing.
Oh, well, okay.
Wow.
They put cement on there and just embed the glass on top.
Yeah,
routine.
I've seen that overseas. Yeah. Over in the Philippines, you can do anything you want. Anything you want. Period. Constantina wire, barbed wire, broken glass. I've seen it all. Handmade arrowheads and all. I mean, on and on. No, serious. I think next time I go there, I'll start snapping photos of how they barricade their homes, and it's totally legal because it's not woke. It's not broken over there. If you try to break into someone's house, well, and you get hurt, it's on you, not the homeowner. You know. Hey, Corky.
Guess who's here? Corky.
Yeah,
Courtney's in with us. Hi.
So, Shadow.
Yeah.
That's me tonight. I'm off.
Yeah.
And cheers for the chat. CR. I'll catch you in a bit.
All right.
Bob, I'll catch you in the next video.
Take care of it. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Take care of it.
All right. See you later, guys.
Later.
See you
later.
later.
I got to show you guys something. My son, he took some time off. They told him, you need to take vacation. He never misses a day of work, never. And they said, you need to take these vacation hours, or we're going to take it away from you. So he's been out target practicing. He brought me this 2 days ago when he's out target practicing. This bag is 357 Magnum empty shells and double-aught buckshot. And he brought me this from one round of going target shooting. And then
one.
And then yesterday he opens up the door and brings me this bag of another day of target shooting. That is 45 auto, 10 millimeter and 9 millimeter empty brass. He knows that I sell the brass and stuff. So yeah. I remember I told him years ago, you're a good guy. You never miss work. You're a good guy. You can live with us as long as you want. And when you see stuff like this, it's like, dude, you're a really good guy. You can live with us as long as you want.
I kind of like this guy now.
Yeah.
That's a lot of brass.
And the stuff he knows with his hands too. It was a few years ago. He participated in the United States National Championship for judo, and he also helped my wife teach us stick and knife. And that is the kind of guy that you can't scare him. He's been taking martial arts in the Philippines since he was 5. He's a grown man now, and he's one of those kind of guys that people don't mess with him. He's not braggadocious. He doesn't talk about martial arts or shooting or anything like that. But he right above me he pumps iron every day, and he's one of those quiet Asian guys that people just look at him and go, just don't. Just don't.
Just don't embarrass yourself.
He must build up
exactly.
a lot of muscle mass then.
He's huge, man. And then once again, yeah, you can live with us as long as you want, dude.
Yeah, that's someone you probably want on your side, covering your 6, right?
Yeah, he carries in the house every day, and since it's springtime and the crime is going to increase, put the eggs in the basket. Oh, since it's springtime, I've got a 45 on my hip right now too. And just go to the neighbors. Just go to the neighbors. And put the bunny in the basket.
I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not gonna get into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob, that's someone you want on your side, all right?
Absolutely, yeah.
If you had neighbors like that, you'd probably be a little bit more secure overall. I mean,
I did talk to my one neighbor, Brian, the Army veteran. About me. I told him I'm going to be open carry here soon because it's spring, and he didn't have any problem with it. But I have been known to go a couple of times. I have to take the trash out to the trash bins in front of the house carrying a 45. Word gets around pretty quick that this guy open carries, and so yeah.
Well, I imagine that even if just down the street or whatever, anyone with binoculars can see what you're doing.
Yeah.
The
boxes, who I learned it from was from my neighbor. Because I talked to him when we first moved in about the crime rate where we used to live. And he immediately, and I started working on the trees and the shrubs, cutting them down for visibility. You know what he did was he immediately went and cut a tree down in front of his front door so he could see the house from the street. And then he hangs out in his garage once in a while. And I looked over there one day and he started stacking boxes in the front of his garage door. I mean, it's like, I like that guy. He's smart, and like I said, he's been overseas and he's fought in the first Gulf War.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Hendo.
Hey, Hendo. How's it going?
Yeah, we've been live streaming since last week. We've never left. Hendo.
Oh yeah. 7 days later. Remember, Taste Sunday. Taste Sunday. We're gonna remember it's Sunday.
I can do that because my wife brings me food. I don't know about you guys, but
I have to fix my own food. So.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been live streaming for 7 days now. Yeah.
Yeah, big marathon,
Oh
right?
Lord. For 7 days. Oh man, that would be really tough.
I'm sorry, but I got what's called a life, man. I've got stuff to do,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yep.
I don't record everything I do.
The poo bucket comes into play. What do you
Oh,
Dustin?
really?
No,
Is he
man.
actually here?
I'm not going to store it, and I
can't
if
believe you brought that up.
if I gotta throw crap at
Oh,
somebody,
my.
I want them to get the full meal deal with my pants down around my ankles, a 45 in my right hand, and a handful of my own crap in the left hand. Yeah, hey,
There's a big fan in front of you, so it blows that way, right? So it's really SHTF for them.
come on in, let's party. Come on in. Sure, you can rob my house, but you got to get past me.
How I roll.
You can try.
You can try. Let me show you my new meat saw down in the basement. I'm kind of hungry for some fresh sandwiches. You want a party? Come on in.
It's bro.
I like new meat for my pulled pork sandwiches.
Yeah, pulled pork. My long pork sandwiches. You ready? You ready, party?
No, am I invited for dinner? No, you are the dinner.
You are. Could you
Well,
imagine?
I don't.
With a blonde
anymore.
wig on and lipstick, my pants around my ankles. Oh, hi. Guess what's for dinner? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I don't have nightmares tonight when I go to bed.
Oh, wait.
Good times.
So unsophisticated. I am unsophisticated. I mean, what you see is what you get. I don't think my neighbors have got too much of a problem with me open carrying a pistol, but if I was wearing a blonde wig, lipstick, covered in my own crap,
And a short skirt.
Yeah, covered in my own crap, taking the trash to the cans, I think they'd have a problem with me then,
Yeah, I think we call the psychiatric clinic.
Yes. Come on,
They'd be
Mental
like,
institution.
get in the back of the car. We're gonna go talk to a few people.
Bob, it's not Halloween for another couple months.
Yeah. Too many serial killer movies and documentaries. That's true. Because oh, dude, that kind of stuff scares crap out of me, man. It's like.
XL, extra convincing.
Extra large.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord.
So Bob,
Mm-hmm.
how's that? How's that gardening going for you?
Good.
Yeah. For anyone that hasn't seen his last video, I saw that video.
Oh, the tree trimming.
Yeah.
I thought I'd recommend that tool out on Amazon. I don't get paid, but if I find a good tool that it really works, here, my friends, this tool works, and it's only cost this much. So that's why I've got some tool kind of reviews, But how I showed you guys photographs of the yard art on the one side of my house. I've got a lot more yard art to make, and those are you call it tanglefoot, so if you look over my fence and you want to hop into the back of the house, and you're like, oh my God, I wonder if I can get I wonder if I can get a poster of Anthony Hopkins when he played what is it, Dr. Hannibal Lecter. Maybe I could put that on the side of the house, you know. A big waterproof poster. Yeah. Come on in. Yeah.
Yeah, and today I actually got some new seeds actually.
Right on.
I showed earlier in the beginning of the stream, but oh Lord.
You know, Bob, I'm just thinking of a scarecrow right now.
What's that, cauliflower?
Yeah, that's cauliflower.
Right on, man. Yeah.
That's cool.
Rosemary.
Nice.
Radish.
Those are easy to grow. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And rucola.
Nice. Good deal.
And these.
Strawberries?
No, I need to check the English word for it. Not strawberries. It's
Yeah.
Hey, McBean. He's in here with us now.
It's wild strawberry.
Wild strawberries. Okay. I've got my strawberries are all potted and they're out on the deck right now, getting lots of natural rain. And I planted some peas. I bought the peas that I planted were from starts, but in a few weeks, about mid-April, Courtney looked it up for me. It said that the frost date or whatever in Washington is mid-April, and I'll be able to start planting peas and beans in the big ceramic pots. And
oh, that should be awesome.
Yeah, but there's just now starting to put my favorite flowers are petunias. And there's the nurseries are just starting to put those out on retail, and I told Mrs. Man, put some money aside because I'm gonna load up on petunias. I love flowers, and I like to see the missus stand there and just look at them and smile. It's worth every bit of work.
Mm-hmm.
I planted some nasturtiums. They sprang up real quick. They're out on the deck in a container, growing like crazy. And
Nice.
Now I wanted
here in Missouri.
Now I wanted to start some more seed fitting.
Mm-hmm.
It's like time for another batch. I actually have started a few batches.
I've got some yellow squash seeds waiting and some Swiss chard waiting.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I was thinking about growing tomatoes, but we don't. Why? It's just Mrs. and I, and we really don't eat very much tomatoes. It's like I'm just not going to do it. I'll plant something else, you know.
Mm. Well, probably better to plant something that you would actually eat.
Exactly. Yeah, I let the wife select what she wanted me to plant. So.
You know, if you want to go microgreens, have microgreens. If you want to go tomatoes, go tomatoes, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sunflowers, lettuce, all that stuff, radishes, all that stuff.
Yeah, sunflowers. Thanks for remind me about that. I need to try to remember to get some sunflower seeds to put in the ground too.
Okay.
You know one thing I'm trying this year is microgreens. I'm trying out some of these herbal things, like microgreens and stuff like that. I've never actually done that like really extensively, but I'm learning more about it.
You see that, Courtney? Why, Courtney? She says it's beautiful here. Yeah, just rub it in, Courtney. Rub it in, huh? It's been raining for a week here. It hasn't stopped.
I finally got rid of the snow here, Courtney.
Yeah, he showed us
outside. I can't believe how
Yeah.
Your roads must be.
Oh, yeah. Any dirt road is just a mud pit in this area. What I
You're gonna
did
wear
do
boots.
yeah, I've got a pair of rubber boots, and what I did today was I bought a 7-pound bag of grass seed and started spreading that around at some of the bare spots in the backyard. I know it's a little bit early to plant seeds, but it's like, man, I anytime I go out in the backyard, I track in mud, and it's like, man, I got to try, you know.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Courtney, I don't want to hear about a nice day. You should be miserable like me, Courtney. Come on.
Yeah, you should have snow like me. We're just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah.
She's probably laughing her head off right now. Oh, Bob. Oh, CR. It's not that beautiful here.
Yeah, I've got all those tree branches that I chopped off the cherry tree. They're all laying out there, and I got to process those and get them put in the yard waste bin and stuff like that. But it's a slow process of doing that because I don't have any way of hauling the branches away. You know, they just got to sit there and wait a little while until they empty the yard waste bin every 2 weeks. So.
I see.
Yeah, but it's in the backyard. Nobody can see it. It's cool.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, Courtney. Whenever we have a little bit of sunshine here, man, I hit it hard. I'm outside, boom, just out there.
Oh, okay. So if we don't see you on a Saturday, it must be sunny there, Bob's not here.
You know it. Yeah, just the way it is, man. When I get a little bit of sun and some warm weather, I'm on it. I'm outside.
Well, you're gonna take advantage of a nice day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, for how long will it rain? Bob?
Oh, it usually slows down almost to a stop around June, July.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a couple months left.
Yeah. We generally have about 9 months of rain and cold, and then 3 months of decent weather here. And it's
the wet season.
Yeah, the weather here is the same as England. Very, very similar. Very similar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess on the bright side, at least it's not snowing.
Yeah, I'm glad of that. Yeah, or it's not below freezing. Yeah.
Yeah. There's far worse things than rain.
Right, Hando. It's just like Great Britain here. It's rainy, and you know, love it or leave it, I guess. And eventually we'll get to that promised land where the women are brown and the weather is nice.
If it rains that much, there must be problems with floodings in.
I really gotta commend what they've done in the span of my lifetime in this area. Is the county and the state has bought a lot of land, and they dig pits or drainage basins. Like every time there's new construction, there has to be one of those drainage holes.
Okay.
And like the parking lots from a local supermarket, all that parking lot water runs into those drainage ponds and goes to another drainage pond, to another one, and then into the rivers. And since they started doing that, it has made a big difference in flood control here, a really big difference. And They've handled it really smart because they put the appropriate foliage around those drainage ponds to absorb a lot of the water,
Yeah.
and it just slows it down, because for decades, as soon as we get a lot of rain, the rivers would surge and come over the banks. But they've handled it really well here. They've also handled it really well with the American Indian tribes, for fisheries and river flood control. The American Indians have made a big difference, for uh, the American Indians got wealthy because of gambling, and they've made entertainment centers, and they've really become millionaires. They've put a lot of that money back into the region. Um, it used to be the state of Washington grew all the little fish hatcheries. They used to handle it.
Yeah.
The American Indians bought that from them, and now it really works, because you know how inefficient government agencies can be. Well, that was the case. In conjunction with the American Indians bought the fish hatcheries, they paid out of pocket to all the streams that run into the rivers. They paid out of pocket for volunteers to go out there and plant trees and lay logs across the streams for the young fish to have shelter, so that the birds of prey don't wipe them out.
Yeah.
I mean, I really got to give praise and credit where a lot of that is credited to the American Indians, man.
Yeah. That is a good thing to do, to save the fish and the species. And
It is important. Yeah, it is important. Yeah, Hendo, that's my thing, is brown Asian ladies. That's my thing. Yeah. I
indeed
married
it
one.
is.
I married one, so.
Yeah. And you are happy with that.
Sir, I am. Yeah. Oh, your cat joined us. I can see that cat tail sticking up like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to answer your comment there, Shadow, they've worked really hard to manage the flood control here and the fisheries. It's just wonderful.
Yeah, and they know, the Native Americans, and they know what they're doing.
They do. Mm-hmm.
The government doesn't know anything on how to do things on a proper way.
Correct. Yeah.
But the Native Americans does.
They do. And yeah, they came up with the funding for a lot of this stuff, and I got to give them 100% credit, because they don't do the labor, but they find volunteers, and they also hire contractors to go in there with heavy equipment and make a lot of the
Yeah, and they just gave them blueprints on how to do it.
And go. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it is good for the environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Yep.
It's not good if the environment get destroyed, and a lot of species will die out. And as a prepper, if you need to go to fishing in a collapse or something, and if that environment is destroyed, you will have no food.
You're out. Mm-hmm.
You're out.
Yep, I agree.
I remember one of the rivers, or this area, they was almost fished out, almost gone. The salmon were almost gone, even though the state was growing little fingerlings and releasing them.
Yeah.
But because of mishandling, they were almost wiped out. And a few years ago, my sons and I took a walk along the river. And I am not kidding you guys. Since the American Indians got involved in this, the river looks like it was boiling. I stopped with my sons. I go, my God, guys, are those fish? And there were salmon running up the rivers coming to spawn. and wow, I mean, there was no hiding it. There was thousands and thousands of salmon coming right back into and the American Indians planed out a lot of land and put gravel and logs and stumps in the riverbanks so that they could have places to lay their eggs. And it's
yeah, where it's calmer.
That is awesome.
Working.
Because they need calm water to lay
They
their
do.
eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
and kind of mimic something like a beaver or something like that, kind of flowing down the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they did all of it, but you leave it up to the state, and well, you know how government is. They get $2 billion for this project, and after they do all the lawyers and the contracts and the on and on,
paying that
and
off.
Yeah. And now you've
there's
got
still
only
$500,000
this
for the
much.
rest of the project.
Yeah. After you just call it corruption. I think it's just corruption. You know.
Then there's people that actually, use their own time and their money to do something.
Yeah.
Planting trees or and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a project along one of the rivers here that the American Indians are paying for. They bought a lot of private land, and I think they started breaking ground on it, and it's going to be it's like a pressure relief for flooding. So when the river water rises high, it'll go out into this graded off area, so it will slow the water down even more and not destroy businesses and homes along the riverbank. Yeah.
So you mean like wetlands? Something
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I think I saw a proposal. They've already started buying the land, and I believe they started breaking ground. But during flood season, it'll give a place for the flood water to travel out and slow the river down. And then when the water recedes, some of it's going to stay there for more fish hatcheries and for wetlands. Yeah,
wetlands, mangroves, and all that stuff.
Exactly.
I'm familiar with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's good then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of keep the water in different places and stuff like that.
And that water will be clean.
Yes, sir.
That's why the salmon is there, because salmon demands clean water. So you will notice pretty quick if some river begins to get bad, the fish disappears.
The fish disappear. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
And that is not good for us who try to prepare for things and just go fishing for your family. And that's when it's under normal circumstances. But when it's a collapse or SHTF happens, you need to have that. You are dependent on that fish because you need that, because that is protein. And you have clean water.
So,
you will know definitely that water is drinkable. You might need to boil it, but that's
I mean,
nothing.
It goes without saying, but
I can almost guarantee you now that some of the rivers around here, you could probably stick your face right in it, like when I did when I was a kid, and the streams and the rivers when they were very clean and healthy. We just squat down and drink right out of the streams. We never got sick. But then the 70s came and the overfishing happened, and the water turned dirty from soil erosion and overlogging and all that. And then they stepped up, the American Indians. They stepped in and they saved it. Now the water's clean again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another problem is these gold mines.
Yeah.
And why is gold mines a problem? Well, first of all, arsenic.
Yeah.
They need arsenic. That's the problem. So
Mercury.
in the old West, there was rivers you couldn't drink because when you saw animals like skeletons from animals, that water you couldn't drink because it's too much arsenic in it.
A lot of that comes down to greed. You know, we can get more out of it faster by using all these toxins. Well, okay, let's do it. You know, and there was nothing to stop them in the old times. You know.
Well, they use mercury too because gold sinks in mercury and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I understand it all binds together or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll sink in. Gold will sink in mercury. That's how they can tell the difference, right? That's why they would have little vials to be like, oh yeah, it's not fool's gold. It actually sinks to the bottom.
Yeah.
Because everything else would float on it. So, yeah.
So if we are going to survive the collapse, we need clean rivers with a lot of fish. We'll be just fine.
Yeah.
Well, you guys were talking about arsenic. There, asbestos is another thing that's a concern. I've been reading more about this. You know, that material used back a long time ago, obviously it's banned now, right? Because it's fireproof or whatever, right? But it lingers in the environment.
Yeah.
And all that stuff, right? I didn't realize there was actually pipes with that in it.
Verna, good to see you, miss.
Oh, okay. I'll just shut up now. Bob's on a roll.
Well,
I'll just let Bob talk.
Hello, Verna.
My friend.
Okay.
Are you coming up on the panel, Verna? Please.
You know, hey, Verna. Bob's been seeing rain, so you know you jumping on would brighten up his day.
Yeah.
It'll brighten my day. Yeah.
Now Bob is happy again.
Yes, sir. Yep. My beautiful wife made me a good plate full of food. And brought it out here to me. My stomach is full, and
now Verna's here.
Life is good.
Dang, Bob got food and dessert.
Life just got better.
Bob's getting dessert now. Like, what's your secret, Bob? What's your secret?
Oh no! But
tell me the way.
Ask that little Swede up there. It's his secret, man. He brings all the hottest women in. You know, he always does. He gets the hottest women coming into his chats. I don't get it.
I know, right?
Yeah. How do you do it, dude? I just don't get it.
I don't know. It must be some form of attraction. I don't know.
I might as well start
like a magnet or something.
I'll invite him on my streams just so that happens. Can you come by? Invite all the women with you too. I mean, you know, you don't have to say anything. Your presence will just
listen to Verna. Oh boy. Oh boy. You should hear my wife when I talk foolishness like that. She clicks, she goes, boys, or no, guys.
Men.
Yeah. Ladies understand that the men don't change no matter where they're from. They're still guys. Guys.
But it's good to see you, Verna.
Yeah, welcome back. Nearly every live that she has, I walk in. Yeah, tisk. See, it must be a Filipina thing, I guess. Tisk. Yeah. Nearly every one of her lives, I got to drop in and say, you know, hello, Guapa. You know, hello, Miss Verna. What's some seeds at Hume? Oh yeah, there you go, CR. Yeah, grow some food.
I guess it would help if I actually turned my mic on.
There we go.
Early frost. Yeah. Arugula.
Right on.
Some beets. I might try them later.
Oh, I might have mentioned, but I planted my 2 blueberry bushes recently in the right next to the deck. Hey, Tammy! Hello, Tammy.
Hey, Tammy. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
Hi, nice to see you, Tammy.
Happy Easter.
Verna, do you have any secret recipe for your lumpia? Rebel Canner is there. She's in the States, and Verna Cordon, she's Filipina. And yeah, Tammy worked with a lot of Filipino nurses over the years, and she wants a secret recipe for lumpia.
What is lumpia?
Yeah, it's like egg rolls, Filipino style of egg rolls.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know how Filipinos are. Whenever they have a group of Filipinos, they always bring food to work and share it. Tammy was able to dive into some lumpia when she was working with a lot of Filipino nurses, and yeah, she wants a secret formula for the lumpia. You know, Verna, are you going to come on panel?
Let's find out.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, we will notice if she join.
Verna, my wife gets jealous sometimes. No secret recipe, just carrots, garlic, onion, celery, and ground meat.
Ground meat.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Some of the girls, like I mentioned to Tammy, that sometimes they put a little bit of lemon peel in with it. Yeah.
Craving food. Sarah's craving food.
Oh, I'm going to.
You guys make me hungry again.
I'm going to step in the kitchen. I'll be right back, and I'm going to make you even more hungry.
Oh my god!
I'll be back in just a minute, guys.
Bob goes for the dessert. Oh Lord.
Oh my. Hold on.
Eggs and other spices. Okay. What kind of spices? Cumin, basil, thyme, chili.
You guys talking about food, now spices.
Yeah.
You know, now Hendo's no right stuff. You guys are making CR hungry again, by the way. Just FYI. You will write something. I know you will. I know Hendo's still here. Hendo didn't leave yet.
Okay, Verna, I understand. No problem.
So yeah, those seeds are just. I haven't started those once yet. So, although I'm still learning about gardening.
Yeah.
I don't quite have some of this experience like Tammy and Courtney do.
Yeah.
Well, at least Tammy understands my pain.
It's torturing me too. I'm sick today. No food for me today. Oh man. I hope you.
Feel better soon.
Will feel better soon.
Yeah, recover.
Yeah, it sucks. When you're sick. It's not fun.
Yeah, of course.
But I hope you get well soon.
You know, I have a feeling that Bob's just gonna bring back this big plate and just show me. Here you go, Sierra. Do you want a bite? And I'll be like, well, I don't know. It's fat-free and calorie-free.
Well, in that case, he has to go to Canada with a plate and.
Just hand it over the border. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna try out some other things this year. I've been doing some research.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and try it out. That's why I haven't mentioned it much, because I actually want to try it before I actually shoot.
Yeah, Tammy, you never know what Bob has in his fridge. It can be almost everything.
I don't know if I should be scared or hungry or both.
Well, that's a good question. But anyway, I have a good package of seeds here, so
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start working on that some more too.
yeah, so I have at least, and these are not F1 hybrids, so here in Sweden, I noticed that they have to put a marking on your seed packages if they are a hybrid or not.
Okay, I see.
So these have no marking, F1 markings or F2 markings on them. So I guess these seeds are heirloom seeds. So
I see. Oh, so those seeds that I showed, they were gifted to me, and I've been doing some seed exchange with someone I know. I actually just gave them some other seeds. So
okay,
Tammy,
cool.
Courtney, you guys be happy I'm doing seed exchange here locally.
Well, that's
and actually,
nice.
And I'm actually giving some of the sunflower seeds out for people to grow too. Well, because I figure propagate it out there, right? You know, some more. Because that just means that there will be more seeds later on, etc.
Yeah.
I'm actually persuading like almost 2 or 3 different people, like they live in different places, to actually grow the sunflower. Well, because a lot of them, they get self-facing sun or like something like that. I mean, like, and they already have something like perennials or something. I'm like, oh yeah, you could grow this. It'll be tall, but, you know, but it'll look nice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll enjoy the nice big giant sunflower during late August, early September here.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. You know, even if you don't roast the seeds or whatever. So I am persuading people lately. Apparently I'm persuading some people to garden a little bit more. You know, even my friend who's never had a garden, they even started like some tomatoes and some strawberries because someone gifted the plants or the seeds to them, right? And I gifted my friend some seeds too. So and they're actually planning to like expand their kind of garden space a little bit more, an extra foot out or two. I'm like, and they want to grow the sunflowers. So I'm like, ooh, can't wait to see them.
Here we go. Here's some of my. This is what my wife selected: some Swiss chard.
Okay.
And some snap peas. I'll plant those all soon.
Okay.
And I selected these, a yellow squash. That's my favorite. I'll plant a bunch of those. And
I got winter squash here.
I've already planted a whole bunch of these nasturtiums. I'm going to plant those things all over the place. I love them.
See, now I want to just plant more seeds now.
Yeah, why not? Flowers. I like flowers too. I'm mostly going to grow flowers this year, but I got to tell you though, I sent my wife a text before she got home from work, and I said, "Bring home pood, Pood, food. You know." And I met her at the door, and I said, "Halt! Who goes there? What's the password?" And
food.
She said, "Yeah." And she said, "Was it Ami? Ami made spaghetti, hon, and I brought you some. Okay, you can come in."
So if I ever visit Bob, You
Food.
see me, I'd
Yeah.
just be like, food.
Food. Hmm.
Be like craving food. Oh, I know who it is. Only one person says that to me.
Lumpia in the fridge? No, Tammy, we don't have any. Tammy, if we did have lumpia in the fridge, I would eat it right in front of you just to see you sweat.
You would do that to me.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at the spaghetti. Filipino spaghetti. Look at this is plate number 2. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
She must made a lot of spaghetti, my friend.
She did, and the wife brought 2 big containers of it home for me. Smart lady. You keep that husband fat, dumb, and happy, and he'll stick around. I'm looking forward to have. Yeah. I'm looking forward to when I can go out in the garden, pick a few vegetables, bring it in, hand it to my wife, and she can cook them up. Tammy, aren't you going to come up? Verna, are you still there? Are you going to come up on the panel?
Well, she's sorry, can't come up, still in bed.
Oh, okay.
So I understand that.
I get that. Yeah, lady's got to
It's
have
okay.
herself all girlied up. Mhm. Mm. Who's got the bird handy? A bird?
It's CR who has the birds.
I'm outside.
Mm.
I didn't realize they were so loud. It is springtime. I've actually noticed like a lot of the small birds, the geese. I don't think I've seen a duck. But I've seen a blue jay already, or at least a cardinal. Anyways.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Tammy. Hope you feel better. Yeah,
That's
Tammy.
one day.
Just a second, CR. Tammy, if Verna comes up, you can see who my YouTube crush is. I have to be careful saying that around my wife, though. The wife has a very sharp knife.
And it's pointy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very good to slice and dice with.
Yeah, not just food.
Don't need to go to Thailand for that surgery. The wife will do it right here at home. She'll turn me into a girl.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now I'm getting a little scared.
Verna, got a serious question for you. If I converted to Islam, would you be one of my wives? Be careful, Kuya. Yeah, well, don't worry. The wife's upstairs taking a nap, so I can be a little naughty.
A little.
Mhm.
This is kind of tame. Still.
Hey, D-Rose is here.
Yours.
I can't remember your first
What's up,
name.
Steve?
Steve.
Okay,
Okay. Hey, Steve.
How's it going?
Steve.
Okay, I understand
Oh,
you
good,
have
man.
to study for your test, my friend.
Yeah. We're just shooting the win anyway. Nothing
Yeah.
major.
Well, it's good to see you anyway.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just making these fellas hungry. Just making them starve.
Yeah, you make me hungry too, Bob.
I like that comment that Tammy wrote about seeing the robins. Yeah, because usually if it's the birds that I see and the flying insects like
Mm-hmm.
that I start seeing. I mean, I haven't seen it any ants on the ground yet, but I
No.
know eventually I'll start seeing them, or the beetles, because that's how I generally know that spring's coming. Right, the insects are coming out. Like the birds are back from flying south and stuff like that, like the geese
Yeah.
and stuff like that. That's how I kind of know. Because they sense it, all right? I know the insects and the birds can sense things warmer.
My first indication here was the frogs woke up out of hibernation.
Mhm.
They're all over now. One of those drainage ponds that I was talking to you guys about. There's one not too far from here, and it's full of frogs now. All night, just.
That sounds like an old radio trying to finding a channel.
That's just how they are, man. There's thousands of them. Which
Bless
to me
you.
is perfect because they eat all those darn mosquitoes that tend to go to that water. You have the windows. That's not fair, Tammy. You got 65.
I think I might see that today. I know it's supposed to get up to 60 Fahrenheit here.
Yeah,
16 Celsius.
65 Fahrenheit.
It's 55.
How much in Celsius?
16. 16. Some of these places
Okay.
might even down south would get 20. Maybe even 70 Fahrenheit, right? So, because if you look at the jet stream map right now, there's a lot of warmth in Canada right now. The majority of the country.
Mm.
So, where it's above freezing. Or even some places above 50 Fahrenheit, 60 too. So
I'm just waiting for the flip-flop weather. Short pants and flip-flops, man. I'm in heaven.
I mean, this weather is like a t-shirt weather.
Mhm.
Short sleeve, long sleeve, right? No jacket needed.
Flip-flop weather for me is wintertime.
Oh.
Oh, I understand that.
You two guys, oh man, Swede and a Canadian, you know. Oh, it's just 2 degrees above freezing. Wow, it's summer. You guys are so used to the cold.
Yeah, you can actually adapt to the cold.
Yeah, you can.
You can actually you can go in shorts in the middle of the winter, but you need to make your cells in your body adapt to the cold. It takes time, but
Yep.
Guys, I'll be right back in the chat. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
yeah, okay. So Cody Lundeen, in Arizona, he always wear shorts and barefoot, and when dual survival,
Mm-hmm.
he always walked in his shorts and barefoot, and it was in the snow and everything, and he had no problem with it.
Wow.
He said you can make your cells adapt to the cold so you don't feel it.
Mm-hmm.
In Dave Canterbury, he was a little bit worried about Cody.
Mm-hmm.
You should put some socks on.
Yeah,
something on your feet,
Mm-hmm.
buddy. In Arizona, it's always summer, even when it snows. Okay. That feels a little bit awkward.
Sorry, guys, but Sorry,
Yeah.
but not sorry. Makes CR starve half to death. We eating in front of him.
Yeah. His metabolism must be very high.
Probably.
Yeah, Tammy. The problem is I can't go barefoot. I can't.
Mm.
I need to have shoes on and socks on. I never like to go barefoot. I never liked that.
Yeah, I when I was a kid, yeah, we went barefoot constantly all summer long, no shoes. Yeah. But as I got older, I wonder how many bumblebees I stepped on when I was a little kid. No, oh,
Probably many.
many, yeah, honeybees and bumblebees because clover grew wild in the grass and around the
Yeah.
house and boing, oh,
That hurts,
yeah, it does.
especially under the feet.
Hmm.
Oh man, it hurts enough if you get stung here or here, but under your foot,
Oh,
no, that must
yeah,
be terrible because you
yeah.
have so much nerves.
Yeah, I was the same way, Tammy. Uh, Growing up, we never wore shoes unless we're going to school or going into town to the supermarket or something. And even during the summer, we were barefoot in the supermarket when we were kids. It just the way it was. Yeah, it was a good way to grow up. It was good. It was good.
Yeah, it is pretty strange that if you when you were a kid you could go barefoot, but when you get older, it gets more difficult.
It does. It does. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a strange feeling when you go barefoot on tarmac
Mhm.
and dirt roads. It's not that fun.
Okay, I got a couple things on order here. Yeah, I just grew up doing that too. You get used to it. I mean, the only thing that would stop us from running around growing up was stepping on a bee or some of those darn thistles,
Yeah,
thorns. Oh,
yeah,
yeah, those would get you. Hey, Thor.
definitely. Hey, Thor, good to see you, brother.
Yeah, I'm doing amazing. Just got done eating a second plate full of spaghetti. Uh, Wife, she trying to make me fat. Uh, That's how those Filipino girls are. They make you fat.
Yeah,
In fact, McCain's. What's that?
moccasins,
Oh,
probably.
moccasins. Oh, sorry, moccasins. Yeah, okay, I got it. I get it. But McCain's. Misread that. Yeah, moccasins. Okay.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy.
Yeah, light one up.
Well, you have to do that too.
Yeah,
That's the dessert.
Mm-hmm. Pretty soon I'll probably go crawl in with my little missus, keep her warm. She calls me her human blanket. Wraps all around me in the bed, keeps warm.
Yeah. Does she has the problem? She's freezing easy, or what?
Yeah, that's it. It's that whole snuggly wife thing. You know how wives are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they like to snuggle. Makes them feel safe.
Yeah. People says I heard from one said that I'm like a radiator.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm so warm, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm like a radiator basically. So
Have you ever watched the Filipina P channel? She's great channel.
no, I don't think so.
Um,
It doesn't sound familiar to me, but
she great channel. She explains a lot of the differences between the East and the West. And there was Filipina P had another Filipina, and they were comparing notes. I think the one is a big channel that she was interviewing. I think she lives in Canada now. She's married to a Canadian fella, and one there's two oddities that these girls do. There seems to be a genetic thing. Is like they like to hold the lumber when you slumber.
okay.
They like to hold on to dick when they go to sleep.
Well, this is
Yeah.
how I come back into the chat. Yeah.
It was
didn't miss
funny
much.
because both those Filipinos, one living in the Philippines, one in Canada, say they both do the same thing. And I went, oh my God, mine does it too. And another thing that I found out in common with those girls, they put their nose right next to your armpit when they sleep.
Okay.
Because I guess they like the smell of a man. It's like, and those two girls that were talking on YouTube, they agree.
Or, hey, Guardian.
They think it's a genetic thing. That I was like, oh God, you know what they just mentioned? Mine does the same thing. She'll snuggle up next to me with her arm around me.
I'll keep that in mind.
And her nose is right next to my armpit. Right next to my armpit.
When that happens,
Like,
when that happens to me, I'll know. I'll be like, oh yeah, that's what Bob said. That's why it's happening. It won't be a surprise.
I think it's like the girl said it. I think it's a genetic thing. Like, my God, it seems to be.
It might be a genetic thing.
Yeah, they
It
seem
might not be, or might or not.
It seems that's what they prefer to fall asleep with their nose next to their man's armpit. And they're like, what the heck?
Oh,
maybe it makes them feel safe or something. They could. I don't get it, but I think we lost Verna. Darn it!
Yeah, I think we did.
You guys were talking about seeds, now this.
Yeah.
It's a segue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Thor says it just went sideways and south.
Well, sorry, but she holds the lumber when you slumber. So
I didn't mention it to my friend. He'll be like, "What does that mean?" I'll be like, really?
oh
I
yeah.
don't know what that means. Even I knew what that meant.
Yeah, Thor. I'm gonna incorporate my Buffalo Bill Silence of the Lambs stuff into my home security. a blonde wig and lipstick, with a meat slicing saw. Oh yeah, you can come in if you want to. Oh, yeah,
And Texas accent.
that too.
Oh.
I think Idaho. I think you're on to something. It's they smell the pheromones, and then maybe they feel safe when they
Yeah.
when they smell testosterone or whatever. It's got to be. Yeah.
I'm taking notes, Bob. I'm taking notes.
Okay.
I'm taking
All right.
notes. I'm taking notes.
Yeah, Bob gives away a lot of pheromones.
Maybe not as much as you, Shadow, right? Right? That's what he would say.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, I haven't seen it, Thor. I will go check it out. Let me go take a look at this. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna change anything to do with Silence of the Lambs. I love that horror movie, man. It's one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, I watched that movie too.
Oh my God! Here's the video. I'm gonna be listening to this for a minute here.
Yeah.
He's lowering a basket from up above down to his chickens.
Yeah,
in the
Thor is a
basket.
funny guy. Oh man, you can laugh your butts off.
Put the effing eggs in the basket. Poor chickens. You are a freaking terrorist, dude.
Now you encourage Thor to make more like that. Well, please do, Thor.
Dude, you scored, man. Oh my God. I'm gonna put in one word in the comment there. Score.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll go watch that video and write score in there too.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that after the stream.
I mean, I'll emphasize the CR in that, like usual.
Put the effing eggs in the basket.
Is that the last? That's the last
Thor
video,
laughing
right?
his ass off. I'm dying here listening to Bob laugh. Well, please
God.
don't, Thor. I don't want to. I get to Canada and with a defibrillator or something to jumpstart you again. That will be the shortest trip to Canada ever.
Did you see what Guardian wrote in there?
Yeah, I
Did
saw
you
that.
see?
Please investigate Bob's basement.
ASAP, ASAP, right?
Yeah, ASAP.
It puts the eggs in the basket or else it gets the hose again. I love that. Hendo, you got to watch that video on Thorhaven's channel. Oh, good job, man. Really, you scored, dude.
Yeah, I can put it out.
Oh God. Mm.
Oh Lord.
I was thinking about uh, a video like that, but having Antifa for dinner. Oh, you're awake now. Oh,
Yeah.
have the camera looking up at me. Oh, you're awake now, huh? I want to watch that video again, dude. That's really good. Okay, round 2. Look at him. He's lowering the basket on the end of a light down to the poor chickens. You cruel man.
Take care, Tammy.
Later, Tammy.
No more plans for a sleepover at Bob's. See you later, Tammy. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Later, Tammy. Oh, dude, you're killing me here. Silence of the chickens. I love that kind of stuff, man. That's great. That's awesome. It terrorizes poor little hens.
Yeah.
Well, y'all, I am gonna bounce. I got my stomach full. I got a beautiful little brown lady laying in my bed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go snuggle up. So thanks for having me up here, Shadow. And
You're always welcome.
all right, later.
Take care, Bob. Take care, Bob.
Take care. Stay safe, Bob.
And if you need eggs, just go see Thor Haven Farm.
Yeah.
He's got some eggs.
Yeah. Go watch that
Eggs in the
exciting
basket.
video.
Peace, everybody. God bless.
God bless. Love you, Bob. Unless you know dark sides are revealed, then I take my ignorance to the media. I didn't know a thing. We all thought he was joking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
And then there was
actually, yeah. I left my ass off actually, so.
Hondo, maybe you should say that to some other people too. Anyways, continuing on. So Shadow, you said, I think you said that you just got those seeds, eh? The ones that you were showing us, you just got them, eh? Hey, Bubba's. I didn't realize you knew Shadow here.
Yeah,
I know what that is.
This one is new. I bought it today.
That's cool.
And this I bought today.
Mm-hmm.
And radish. I bought it today. Rosemary.
I think I have some marigolds in my
I bought
seed
that.
collection. So
And
I did try them out last year. Here.
And I bought
It was nice
this
to see.
today. And
Yeah, I put my
and this I bought a couple of days ago. And I bought this also a couple of days ago.
Mhm.
And also basil I bought a couple of days ago. And this one too. So and
That's cool.
And this I got as a bonus when I ordered my Family Crisis binder. So
Oh
I
yeah,
got
yeah, yeah,
this.
yeah. I think
I got
now
this
I'm
as a
remembering the
bonus.
video. Yeah, I'm remembering the video now.
So
Yeah, that's cool.
So I have some seeds.
Yeah, it's something to work with, and it's stuff that you actually would consume or could consume.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no point in growing something if you're not going to consume it.
exactly.
Outside of perennials and flowers, right? For example,
Yeah.
or for yeah.
Hey, Bumblebees.
Yeah, I didn't realize you knew them too. Of course, I know the names of YouTube channels out there, so I see familiar channel names. So I'm like, ooh,
Yeah.
it's nice. It's nice to see other people that you see around in other communities, and it's just like kind of, you know, how they say it's a small world after all, kind of deal. So that's cool.
Thor loves rosemary, but he says it's so hard to grow where he lives. In his area, at least.
And that
Actually,
got me. Yeah.
Actually, no. We wait for a turkey and Hungary to.
Yeah, I saw that about Finland too. Yeah, I noticed that
Yeah.
earlier in the week.
So Finland is a new member of NATO. But I hope we will. The Turkey and Hungary will get their thumbs out and get into it.
Okay, but I thought I would point at the camera there.
So we still waiting for the membership.
Mhm. Yeah,
Sierra, Thor, Shadow, or any of you ever going to drop a comment or watch any of my vids on this channel? Well, I will. I will, Guardian. I will. And thanks for the reminder, buddy.
it's actually drying out a little
Yeah, I had to.
over here.
Get to the Guardians Outdoors and Fitness channel. So I have it up, so I don't need to look for it. The memory can be a little bit not that good, especially when you have a lot of things to think about.
I'm trying to catch up with like scary people too. My subscription list is like 5K plus. And
Yeah.
join the live streams at the same time. And still do stuff here. And still. But
Thor says, I've been back in the office for a while now, Guardian, instead of working from home. Harder to watch and make videos now. Hopefully back home at the end of the month.
mhm.
Oh, geez, that's a long time to be at the office.
Yeah, winter's over. On phone charge. So.
I like this Turkish historic drama TV series, Kurulus Osman. It's really good. Never heard of that one before. Golf. Yeah. My grandfather played golf. And my grandmother, too. You can find episodes with English subtitles. Good.
So Shadow, are you gonna be planting out any of those anytime soon? Those seeds?
I will probably. I will as soon as I made some space for my to grow them. So I need to, because I have 2 cats too. So
Oh yeah, I understand.
I don't want them mess things up. So
Yeah, I understand.
but it's good, nice to have some seeds.
I know. I'm trying to up my game on the gardening side a little bit this year, even a little bit more. Trying to up my game on it.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So.
Yeah. So what are your plans for your gardening?
Well,
garden
obviously
this
I
year?
gotta let it warm up, but
Yeah.
it is the ground's starting to warm up. Like I could attempt some cooler weather crops first. I could attempt the onions, but there's no way I'm gonna attempt the tomatoes. Yeah, it's way too early. Because the overnight temperature is still like close to the freezing mark, so I think I could manage the green onions, but 'cause I've seen the green onions handle like, snow before, but that's when they were already fully grown. So I might actually attempt the onions, but everything else I'll still have to wait. The sunflowers I still have to wait. I have to wait till closer to the end of the month.
Yeah.
So, well, because today's we've just finished the first week of April, right? Pretty much, right? So it's still, no matter how warm it is out here right now, I gotta remember that it's still first week of April. I mean, coming up to the second week of April, so and stuff like that. I'll let the ground dry a little bit more. Hopefully not too much. And hopefully the rains will help. And stuff like that.
Well, the rain is needed. So
I mean, if I start seeing like leaves like next week or the week after, I'd be like, oh yeah. Because that's another sign. The birds are back, the insects will come back, but as soon as the trees start greening up a lot more. But I'll have to wait.
Yeah. It needs to warm up a little bit more here too, and soon we have insects too.
Well, like I said, I've seen a few flying insects, but I haven't seen the ants on the ground yet. Like on the ground. Because usually you would see that, right? You would see one or two like beetles, spiders, and all that stuff. I haven't noticed those insects.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's gonna be soon though. As the ground's starting to warm up, they'll probably from hibernation deep in the ground.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming they're really down deep. So as the ground warms up, they'll want to migrate up. You still have snow floor? Well, I would show it now, but I'm charging my phone. Earlier, I showed that. Yeah, I see the grass. Oh no, it's been much warmer out west here in Canada than out east. The temperature's finally rising out east more and stuff like that. Even some of the northern parts of Canada are starting to warm up, like above freezing. So
Yeah.
the snow's receding away and melting away. Eventually I might have to take off this jacket. It's getting warm out here. I'm pretty sure it's probably 14 now out here. It's funny with less American people watching right now. I actually talk in Celsius.
Yeah. That is what I'm used to.
Yeah, 60 Fahrenheit for you guys in the US. I think 14 is about 57, 55, or 56 Fahrenheit. So it's
Yeah.
getting warmer out here.
I always have problems when it comes to Fahrenheit and.
I just remember core numbers. I don't actually do the math part. There's an equation for that, but I just remember the basic whole numbers. Everything else I just guesstimate. Well, I got the water catchment out for the rain for this week. I guess we'll see.
I sometimes chat with this AI on YouTube, AI VTuber Camilla's live chat GPT. Camilla is powered by a Chat GPT 3. Okay.
She also plays music on request.
She also plays music on request. Okay. Never heard of that channel.
Yeah, Shadow, right now I'm just kind of slowly adding some amendments into the ground because I have access to the ground right now. Because I can't do it during the summer, and I can't do it during the winter because of the snow, and I can't do it during the summer because all the plants are on the top. Right. I already have established those, so if I do it right now, as the ground gets exposed. So I usually do this during the spring and fall now. I've actually been doing this for the last 4 years now, so it's kind of just something I do now. Add amendments into the ground. Well, because I have clay soil here for the most part, so I need to kind of break it, so to speak. Besides, I have to check on these leaves that I buried into the ground. I buried them almost 2 feet down. So I'm gonna see you later and dig it up a little and see how much of that actually broke down. Ideally, if it's hardly noticeable, I'll be like, yes. But I'm pretty sure I'm still gonna see parts of it. But I haven't checked yet. Because the surface, below 2 feet under, it's still kind of cold. So it's still kind of, I can't dig that out just to take a look. Because I added all the leaves from last year in the fall.
Yeah.
I took the time to do that. I'll see if it pays off.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll see that whitening kind of spider web affected in the ground from the fungi.
Yeah.
I actually learned that from first permaculture. The mycelium. I'm familiar with that now.
Yeah.
It looks white.
Okay.
You see it in the dirt. Yeah, that's supposedly that's mycelium. It's a fungus. It's supposed to be beneficial to the ground. So I've seen it before, but I just didn't know what it was. I'm like, oh, that's what it is. I know Rebel Candace is still over there. Probably Force with that too. So I'm hoping to see that in the ground. So what's a bird?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bird. Even seeing the squirrels come out now. So yeah, I hope we got lots of rain. Or some rain this season again.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah. But I'm almost thinking we didn't get enough snow out west in certain parts out west there. I don't usually mention that, but it just seemed like a little less than typical years that I've seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've seen plus 19, plus 20 in April before. Hell, I've seen like plus 20 in late March before once in my lifetime here. That was really warm. Like literally, there's no snow on the ground by this day in April, like years and years ago. Like that's how warm it was. Like during spring break time, it was that warm. I was like, it felt like really, really warm. I was just like, oh my gosh, it's so warm under. Take care, Fort Haven. Nice to see you around, man. Yeah. I don't think I've seen that show. I know of that show.
Okay,
just
Thor.
never
Take
actually
care.
watched
Stay
it.
safe.
I
Thanks for
just never
stopping
watched
by.
it. Like I said, let's see, where's my... I'll show you guys in a little bit. I gotta let my battery charge. It's only at 43%.
The Last of Us. I heard that title on.
That's a show. I know that's a... It's a drama, I think, right? Or... I know it's a TV show. I've seen like ads on it or whatever, right? Commercials or whatever. So I've never actually watched the show though. I know of it though. So. I can always set up a tent out here now if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I could show it a little. I have my phone charging. Let's make sure here. This is actually the peanut butter. Well, actually, I don't think this is the one I watched on the last video. Probably another one that I did. So you can see a lot of things I'm gonna add into the ground here. I mean, this is just probably for one bed I have. I've been doing this for the last 4 seasons, 4 years now.
Yeah.
Personally here. I think I'm starting to notice the improvements over time. Like, because it's not liquid fertilizer and it's not, the particle size isn't like powder, I guess, right? So it takes a little bit longer to break down compared to those things, but it's not as slow as a whole banana peel. Because And since it doesn't get warm here during the winter, that takes a long time. It tends to only break down when it's warmer out, right? Like right now. So that's why I've been posting stuff outside now. Because I'm not planting in the ground anytime soon. Yeah, right. Because it's still relatively early, so it gives it some time for it to break down. And like I said, I do it during the fall too, so it gives it some time to break down. And basically, what I put in right now is going to be helping me next year more. That's how I see it, right?
Yeah,
The stuff that
that
I
sounds like
put
a
it
good
in
plan.
2022, it's helping me this year. So that's why in the first year I didn't see any results because I knew it was going to break down that fast. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, I'm accelerating the process by manually separating it and stuff like that. Just kind of giving it a little head start, right?
Yeah.
But I realized that it's previous year's stuff is helping me this year, right? So whatever I put this year is for next year, right? That's
Yeah.
why I've been going about this for the last 4 years. I mean, I've shown you some of you out there and stuff like that. I mean, I've shown it on the Instagram side and a little bit here on the YouTube side and stuff like that. So, well, because I have clay soil here, so I need a little bit in there, So it's less clumpy. I mean, not less clumpy. Where I'm getting, because I know there's clay underneath the soil, right? So I need something to kind of help it break it.
Indeed.
All right. So the water can drain. Because I'm trying to avoid like large puddles in the dirt or in the bed. Because I'm assuming, if it's downpouring and there's no puddling, then it's probably in pretty good shape. Right? Air can still get in it, but it's not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say drowning, but it's not hypersaturated. Because I'm assuming that if it's hypersaturated, then air can't get into the ground either. Then it's probably no good and stuff like that. So, that balance of air and water in the soil. So, I've been trying to get better at doing that. What type of content do you watch? Do you have any good tip? In terms of what? Can you elaborate more on that a little bit? I mean, I watch things that I like, I guess, right? I guess. Like everyone out there, right? You watch what you want to watch and what you like. It's just how it is. Regardless of what it is. Regardless if it's gaming, political, whatever, right? Okay, maybe not political for me, but,
Well,
or you're watching some show or whatever online, some documentary, or maybe you're the kind of person that likes live streams, that interactivity. I mean, I like the interactivity of live streams. Because you don't get that from movies or TV shows. It's just like right now, right? This is interactive. This is not watching TV for me. Like I'm watching something, or listening, but I'm interacting live, right? You know what I mean? I can ask you a question, you can answer it, and vice versa right away. Versus like a normal static video, or you know what I mean, that you have to leave a comment and wait. Because I get a reply right away if I ask you a question, like, "How are you, Shadow?"
Well, it's basically a mix of a little bit of everything. It depends on what I'm up for at the moment. It can be if I'm in the mood, I can watch history channels. And some time when I'm in mood for it, I can watch about Star Wars movies and things like that.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I mean, usually I go incognito for some of the stuff, so it doesn't actually. But
Ivy Styles, good to see you, man.
Hi, Ivy.
You
missed Bob, by the way.
I watch sometimes channels about the Harry Potter fandom.
Yeah. I usually go incognito for that stuff because I don't want it filling up my history on the channel. But
Yeah, usually watch and like it. I put rarely a comment on it, but sometimes I do. Sometimes I do, but sometimes most of the time I don't. But I like and give them a thumbs up anyway. So
yeah, I mean, I've watched a lot of survival prepping comics too.
Yeah,
and stuff like that. I don't always subscribe in, but I'll leave an actual comment right where I'm actually watching. Constructive feedback. Well, like for
city
example,
prepping. Chris. His name is Chris.
With a K. If I remember right. I mean, I've seen lots of his comments. And some of them I add to the playlist I have for emergency preparedness.
Yeah, and Chris at City Prepping, he is a really good guy. And he has a lot of knowledge about things, I would say.
Like I know for him he stores a lot more water than I would here. Just because water's more important down there than it is up here for me in Canada.
So
because technically this area is a wet area, quote unquote. It does eventually rain or snow, right? But for him, it's a little bit more upper priority. Like for him, it would be like less in terms of shelter or cover, and more about the water. So yeah.
Seer, have you seen this survival series Alone?
It's really I know good. About Alone. I've seen the first couple of seasons. I haven't actually been paying attention so much in the last couple of seasons.
That was a TV show, if I remember it correct.
Yeah, I mean, there's some of the YouTubers that you see were on there and stuff like that. You'll notice that in time. Okay. Or you actually see them with their own channel and stuff like that. I mean, they're what? One of the things I learned is to make sure you don't lose your ferro ride like Joe Robinette, right? But that's one of the things I remember. I actually kept that in mind, right, with some of my ferro rods that I have, right? So I purposely made sure there was something bright on it, so I wouldn't lose it or misplace it or not see it, right? I don't know if you remember. Have you seen that episode of one? It was early on, season 1 or 2? It's a long time ago, but anyway. You're kind of quiet there.
I was, because I just tried to search my memory if I have seen Alone.
Like I said, I haven't seen every single season, but I have seen some of the stuff on there.
I try to remember if I have watched that show or not. That's the question.
I mean, they were on Vancouver. I think they've been in South America too. If I'm right, for season 4 or something like that. I mean, I heard people out there watching probably more religiously than I do. And stuff like that. I don't have a subscription to the History Channel, so I have to watch, you know what I mean? I gotta wait for it to come on somewhere else for me to watch it.
Yeah. There was another show. It was with a guy. His name is Michael Hawk. He did.
Michael. What is it? I'm trying.
He
I
and his
know.
wife.
I've seen it. Oh,
He had
what is
his
that?
wife
Oh, I
in the
should know
show
what it's
too.
called. I'm trying to remember the name of the show now. I know who you're talking about, and I can
Yeah.
picture them, but I can't remember the name of the title of the show. I'm trying to remember it. See, now what I'm be thinking about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember the popular YouTubers that have been on the show, right? And stuff like that. See, now I'm trying to remember that show name now. I know.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about. I've seen that before. That show. See. Without looking, I'm trying to do it without looking it up, right? Without cheating, looking up or googling it. I'm trying to remember it right now. The name of it. Obviously, it deals with survival related to.
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
But I'm just trying to remember if it actually had survival in the title. I'm thinking it did, but
Michael Hawk. He's created on Discovery Channel, Man, Woman, Wild, and One Man Army.
See, that's what it is. I don't remember. I can't remember. I can't believe I forgot that. Yeah, Man, Woman, Wild. Yeah, I knew. See, I knew it didn't have survival in the title. Yeah, that show. I've seen that before.
Yeah, I watched that. I think I saw every episode of Man, Woman, Wild.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shows out there that, I wouldn't say everything's accurate or everything I would do, but a lot of it, I'm like, that sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen other shows like. Okay, there used to be this air show. I wish it used to be aired on Discovery too. It used to be known as The Colony. There's only 2 seasons of it, right? Season 1's better. So if you ever get the chance to see that whole season, it's very educational. Because that was set in a per se post-disaster or type of scenario, right? So, and they're trying to kind of make things work with what they have or can scavenge off, right? And they talked about like concepts like bartering and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Because it was a social experiment, right? And stuff like that. I kind of wish they did more of that, but they didn't do anything else after season 2. I mean, I think I saw that back in like what? Obviously last decade, but like probably 2011 or something like that. That was long ago. I did enjoy that because it was a different kind of aspect, right? It's not just wilderness survival, but this is a post-disaster scenario, right? So,
yeah,
keep in mind where I started to learn about, like that's where I learned about the an ozone maker and using that supposedly for water. Although I don't hear about that much, but because they couldn't just boil water the whole time, right? Because there was a lot of fuel to boil water, right? So they were doing it in early and stuff like that. But
yeah,
there was guys on that who were fabricators and stuff like that. Someone similar to maybe what Bob would do and stuff like that, right? He like, we don't have any power. There's no fabrication and stuff like that, right? So
yeah,
and there was different people on the show in terms of like their niche of what they're doing, right? Someone's working on the power, someone's working on the water, someone's working on the food, and and stuff like that. In terms of like not just manufacturing or fabrication skills, but quote unquote scientific knowledge in terms of how to create something, right?
Yeah.
If we do this reaction, we can get this out, which means that blah blah blah, right? I'm like, oh, okay. So it was just not just skills and knowledge, right? They had some experience too. I kind of
Yeah.
wish that show came back. It was a good show. I enjoyed that. A little bit more. I shouldn't say entertaining, but more educational than like the Doomsday Prepper show was. But, Shadow, I actually did rewatch some of those episodes of Doomsday, and I'm just like, some of those episodes I'm rewatching for the second time after a long time. I'm like thinking about some of the stuff. I'm like, okay, that still makes sense. That still applies, right? Because I'm always thinking like, because they have a scoring system on that show, right? At 100 points or whatever, right? There's the food, shelter, water, security, and that X factor that they have, right? So
Yeah.
I'd be lucky to get like 25 on that scale. To be honest, to be really honest, right? To be really honest, I'd be
Yeah.
lucky to get 25 on that scale. So, because I don't think I keep forgetting who had the highest number. I think there was this one time someone did get a score over 80. But stuff like that stuff. Yeah. But I usually watch that kind of stuff for educational purposes.
Yeah.
All right, just to learn, maybe pick up some knowledge through that. Something to consider, right? That's why I was always a big fan of watching more of the shows like The Colony was. Alone, don't get me wrong, it has some useful information, but that's a wilderness environment type of deal, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I enjoyed watching the show Colony, because it was a suburban type environment. So
Yeah.
things to learn about, right? Not just to survive it, but to kind of start thriving a little bit more, so to speak. I enjoyed it.
The Colony.
Oh,
is,
yeah. You would notice that. You'll notice it as soon as you start seeing it. There's season 1 and 2. I like season 1 better. I'm not saying season 2 wasn't too bad, but because season 1 was supposedly taking place out west on the coast. The second season was in I wouldn't say Georgia or South Carolina or whatever, but more like a swampy area, more humidity and stuff like that. Maybe a small town or something like that. That was the location for it, and all that stuff. And yeah, I've seen that show too. Naked and Afraid.
But I
Yeah, I've
think
seen-
that show is a little bit too extreme.
Well, there are some
Most-
things that I did learn from that show. All right. Certain items are a little bit more beneficial.
Yeah.
The preparedness part, right? You're not learning preparedness for that, right? You're learning the more extreme when you have very, very little or next to nothing or one item only, right? In terms of preparedness, you're gonna have more of it, so you have more to work with. But realizing that.
Welcome back, Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa. Welcome back. Nice to see you around. I mean, I've seen some of the episodes. Some of them, I'm like, yeah. But then our episodes are kind of really educational in nature. And stuff like that. So, well, because they usually have one I mean, usually seen well, because usually it's two people in Naked and Afraid, right? So whatever it is, and they just to choose one item, right? And you also always it's always a different item, right?
Yeah.
And always seeing like what people choose, right? It's not always a cutting tool. I've seen some of the episodes have had like cordage as their item. I mean, I remember this one time someone had a magnifying glass, right? Right. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Or it's a pot, a cooking pot, a knife with a cooking pot, right? Because they only have two items apiece. I mean, together, right? Usually there was factors like we get a cutting tool and a fire starter. Now we just need a container to get water, right? Or they have the container, so they gotta resort to blow drill or something like that. Friction fire methods, right? So understanding that the tools give you an advantage to a certain degree, but you might still have to apply some skill or knowledge in there to
Yeah.
get by for what you don't have. And usually Naked and Afraid was always set in like a warm environment, right? In a desert type environment, savannah, right? Actually, I'm pretty sure all the episodes are like that. They were always set in a savannah desert type environment.
Thanks
You
for
know.
the tip, Wilbys. Never heard of that channel before, but
Okay. Oh, there's so many channels now. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess what?
yeah,
I wouldn't say
tropical
specifically
diseases
like
are not
malaria.
fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't say specifically malaria, but yeah, along the lines of that. I think it's always the bugs that are really it drains you down. It does over time. Even when people go camping with a tent and stuff like that, the bugs drain you down over time, right?
Yeah. Military public health. It was rough interviewing those who succumbed. Yeah, I bet it was.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Naked and Afraid is one of the more ultimate type of challenges, right? Because you get less than you would on alone, right? You get less items to use.
Yeah, that too.
But I also learned like some things out there. I hope one of these days I can like weave some palm fronds, some palm trees and stuff like that to do that. Just to see how difficult or how time consuming it is. Right? Well,
Yeah.
because let's say in the heat, right, some shade is nice too, right? Maybe it doesn't block out all the bugs, but it gives you a little bit more shade.
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
exactly.
Where you feel more like it's not just a shelter, but it's home. You got walls and stuff like that, bedding and stuff like that. Mm.
I was Bear Grylls did a show. He did a couple of TV shows too.
Yeah, I mean, besides, there was another show he did that was called it was more of a simulation in an urban type environment or suburban type environment, right? Obviously, heavily edited in terms of what it shows, right? Highly realistic simulation, right? To a certain degree. Like where, let's just
Yeah.
say, for example, in a car crash or whatever, right? You're using your rear view mirror like a knife. Yeah, okay, I get that. Right. If that was what you had to do, right? I can understand that, right? I think, you know, if your car is like that and you gotta get your seatbelt or whatever, right? I would consider that. But as in terms of preparedness part, you know, you would try to prepare so you don't have to dip into that, because that's more of an emergency or a contingency. The primary or source would be an actual seatbelt cutter, an actual, you know what I mean? So you don't have to go through that process,
Yeah.
right? Like I would use like what I have on my keys first, if necessary, as a primary. An alternative, or alternative would be like a seatbelt cutter that I might have like in the glove compartment or in the center console, right? For example. And the contingency or emergency would be like the glass on the window or the glass on the rearview mirror or something like that. That'd be the emergency plan.
Yeah.
Right. Just in case if my keys fell somewhere and I can't even reach them, I can't reach the center console, then I'll, you know, something like that. I
Yeah.
can't remember that show now. The name of the show. Like these are little shows. I've seen some of them, right? And I always realize I'm like, oh yeah, that's for emergency last resort. Right? Because it'll take time to doing it. In terms of like a rearview mirror, right? Well, you still have to hold it. Right? You know what I mean? Because I think in that show he wrapped a shirt around it, right? So you would have to do that because you're not gonna get a handle. And you don't want to cut your hand trying to hold a piece of glass, right? Because you need to use it like a cutting tool, right? So you're not
Exactly.
use something that's on you, like a shirt or whatever, right? So, and that still takes time. I mean, it was dramatization and stuff like. I mean, I've seen these air shows that a lot of the different shows before in the past too, right? You know. Yeah, I think I can start showing things probably in 20 minutes here. Many people have never camped in woods or fields, etc. I mean, I've done some. Not for an extended, really extended amount of time, especially without resupply.
Yeah.
Right. It's one thing to bring, right? It's one thing to camping or glamping or whatever, but you know, I'm talking about like extended periods of time where it's more than 4 or 5 days, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, let alone like an overnight or something like that. So. Oh, it's so nice out here. I can feel the sun.
Yeah.
You know what I just wrote? Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta go get Billy. I forgot to bring him out.
Okay, no problem, sir. I also watch everything Elon Musk related, all his business. Camping for days most of my life. Well, when I was a kid, we were camping every year since I was maybe 5, 6 years old. So I have a couple of years of experience when it comes to camping. I love camping. It's relaxing, peaceful. You can recharge your batteries. And the best of all, be outdoors and watch the beauty of the nature.
Exactly. I mean, I remember seeing waking up to a sunrise, for example, right? I woke up one time camping. I saw the sunrise and a rainbow in the morning. You know how rare it is to see a rainbow in the morning? Because most people, if they see a rainbow, it's in the evening, afternoon time, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So it was just like, I was totally surprised, right? No one else was out in my camping area, right? I'm the first one up.
McBean, good to see you, brother.
Hey, McBean.
No audio.
We don't hear you. Yeah, we don't hear you. You should do the ear thing. You know that people do on camera.
We can't hear you, my friend.
Yeah,
You're muted or something else.
an audio setting. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm trying.
Well, now we hear you, so I'll say you tried enough.
You hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good.
Loud and
Good.
clear.
Yeah. Who knows? Technology. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
I'd like to say I did something clever, but I really didn't. Well, happy Easter, everybody.
Yeah, happy Easter to you too, my friend.
Sunny day.
We're down here in Missouri enjoying the spring weather. It's a good 10 degrees warmer than it is back home.
What's the temperature there for you right now?
Probably about 68 degrees.
Yeah, that's about 19 Celsius. Yeah, I'm supposed to see at least 60 Fahrenheit today. 16 Celsius.
It's been in the 60s like for the last 3 days and sunny. And then 71 degrees.
That's about 22 Celsius.
Yep.
Yeah, that's warm.
Yeah. I mean,
It's like perfect, you know? Anything more than that's too warm. Anything about that, I don't know. About 65 to 70 is my comfort zone.
yeah, for most people it is like that. Like even in their homes, it's like, you know, usually set like that.
Yep.
So that's zone. Yeah. So.
Yeah, at night we kick it down to 59 degrees. Because I want to have a reason to get under the covers.
I think. Oh yeah, last night at like 10, 11 o'clock, I checked. I'm like, it was still above freezing. It was still like 47, 45 right here. I'm like, oh, that's pretty warm for an overnight temperature for this time of year for me.
Yep. No, it's getting towards my favorite time of the year. I mean, I enjoy it all the time, but I can definitely do more outdoor activities now.
Yeah, exactly. Right, where you know you go out for the day or whatever. You don't even need to bring. Well, I don't need to bring a jacket. You know, if I plan to stay after sunset, then I would still bring a jacket. But
well, we went out and played frisbee golf for the first time.
oh, okay. I've seen people play that. I've never actually personally played that, but I've seen people play it.
It was fun. I did okay, except for the first hole. We won't talk about the first hole. But the other the other 17 went pretty well.
Yeah. Don't disregard this double bogey.
Yeah, well, I can't count over 9 anyway, so.
Just remember that on the second hole, I made par.
That was it. You know it. I'm not going to talk about the first hole, but I'll talk about all the other ones. But we had a good time. It was a beautiful day, and we were out in the park, and we seen a snapping turtle, we seen a bunch of fish, and it just was great.
Yeah, you're seeing the wildlife come back into bloom, right? Not just the insects and birds, but like the fish and all that stuff.
Yep. And it really, it's like the last 5 years we've been coming down here. They have really cleaned the place up a lot.
Yeah,
so it was much more
good.
enjoyable day. So, ShadowScoutSwede, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Now, is it already getting dark over there? I know you're about 7 hours ahead of me.
Well,
it should be dark. Yeah, it should be dark by there.
Well, it's after midnight, so 10 minutes after
Yeah.
midnight. So
Yeah, for most places it's like 8 o'clock, 8:30 sunset time now. For this time of year.
It's 5 o'clock here.
Yeah, so another couple hours for you.
So yeah, you're 7, almost 8 hours ahead of me. 7. There you go.
Mhm.
I thought I'd just say hi to you guys. I see you're still on there.
yeah,
It's
it's
always nice to hear
nice
from
to
you.
see you too.
Yep, absolutely. Stay safe, stay prepped, stay alert.
Yep, that too.
Yeah,
And watch your six.
that's right. You're not paranoid when they are after you.
Yeah, there's nothing being paranoid about watching your six.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
So you guys have a
It's
wonderful
called spatial
happy-
awareness.
Right. So have a very happy
No,
Easter. You were saying something?
Well, I was just gonna say, things happen when you don't watch your six. You at
Absolutely.
least expect it.
Yep. No, that's why I've always got a 360.
Yeah.
After
Right.
30 years of marriage, the wife has gotten used to it. Says you always
Well,
scan.
at least,
Well, yeah.
because a lot of the time things happen
Yeah.
because people are not aware of their surroundings.
No, and that's when they get you because they're looking for weakness and they're looking for you not paying attention, and that's when they strike. They don't go after an
Exactly.
elite target. Never do.
Yeah.
So, always be watching it as if there's somebody there who wants to do harm, and be prepared to sit there and react if you have to. And 99.99999% of the time, nothing's going to happen. But be ready anyway.
Well, I mean, I've seen things daytime or nighttime happen, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
because I was speaking to my friend, and they're like, "Oh, it's safer, let's say, in a crowd during rush hour." I'd be like, "Well, not always, not always."
That's the easiest place to take somebody out. Because you have the crowd mentality that don't do anything.
Yeah, the bystander effect, right?
Yep.
It's just like, oh, it's someone else's problem. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get hurt, and I can understand that, right?
And
I've
even
ever
if-
have it where if there's no one around at all, I know
Right.
no one's around at all, right?
Well, it's like on
You
one of
know.
my walks. I had a lady out there working on the yard with her headphones on, and she's out in the middle of nowhere, and she never knew I was there. And I was just thinking how dangerous that was. If I was a person that wanted to do harm, she never would have seen me come up. There was, there was no security there at all, and she was completely unaware that I was there the whole time. And I'm like, you can't be that way. You can't sit there and have headphones on and be oblivious to what's going on around you.
Especially if they're loud, really high volume. It's one thing to kind of one headphone in, the minimal volume. You can still kind of hear things. Like I have headphones in, but I'm still looking. I don't have the volume up all the way, right? Because I also know I want to actually be able to hear someone walking or something like that. Spatial awareness.
No. I like to listen to music when I'm in the car, when we're moving. It's not with headphones, But
people walk with music too, right? Joggers.
I'm outside. I'm alert. I just don't. You just never know.
Like even if I'm wearing. If I'm wearing headphones, I'm still looking too, right? I'm still looking. I don't have the volume up that high.
Yeah, she was.
Like where you can't hear it outside.
I was there for 10 minutes and she never knew I was there.
Yeah, and just like standing and just like she turns around and is like,
I wanted
where'd you come from?
About it, but she never turned around, and I didn't want to walk up to her and scare the crap out of her.
Yeah, and startle people, right? People. Yeah, think about times when you get startled, right?
Right.
That's a situation where, yeah.
I get startled, I react.
Yeah, exactly, right. That's why you don't sneak up on people like that. You say something, it's like.
Well, I don't, because I know how I would react to it, so I would not do that to somebody else. Because if I did that and they smacked me in the jaw with their elbow, well, I had it coming.
Well, you shouldn't have scared me like that, McBean.
You're right. Right. And you're absolutely right. And guess what? I didn't do it. But everybody, you guys have a great time.
Take care, man.
You too.
Take care. Stay safe.
Good seeing you again. I gotta figure out how do I stop this thing?
He said, it's like, it's right there. Yeah, you figured it out. But yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. I see plenty of people have headphones in their ears when they're walking in downtown. I don't like that.
Like I said, it's one thing to listen to music, but also I also realize like I think it's actually the noise canceling headphones, the over the ear type of headphones, right?
Yeah, I've seen
Or
people
even more
do
yeah,
something
or probably more dangerous. Because the
similar
music,
like
you
these.
cannot hear it outside. Like I can, like I'm talking to you guys right now, I can still hear the birds.
Yeah,
I can still, right? Because sometimes that's the most important thing, right? The spatial awareness,
yeah,
you know. And sometimes even if you're listening or whatever, sometimes you don't hear certain things because it's just that quiet. So not just hearing, but also looking for yourself, right?
yeah, exactly.
Right. So things happen.
Yeah, things happen.
Yeah. I can go through a lot of stories of things that have happened. Lessons to learn from it too.
Yeah, you can learn a lot.
It's no good. I just can't believe how nice it is out here. Dang. I should put on my hat. I think I actually have to put on a ball cap. It's getting that bright out here. Warm.
Yeah,
I haven't worn a hat since like late October. I think I'll start have to every day carrying it again.
yeah,
It's starting to get brighter out and sunnier out, and warmer out. So, because I usually do wear a hat during the summertime, spring, summer, because it's like sunny and all that stuff.
I like to whistle along with baroque classical music. Whistling is nice because you don't need an instrument. I agree with that.
Yeah, I would say there's one time one of my friends got into a situation, and they told me, yeah, someone walked out from the alley. I didn't see them. I'm like, yeah, that just speaks for itself.
Yeah,
Spatial awareness, right?
yeah, exactly.
And right, because that could have been kind of somewhat avoided to a certain degree.
Yeah,
Because if someone has to jump on you, then you're at the disadvantage because you don't have any lead time. They have, they have that extra a minute or two to kind of think about it for a moment and plan it, right? Where you have to just do it at a whim, right?
yeah,
The
exactly.
there and now. So that's why I'm a big proponent of always taking a look around, right? Even if you're just walking down the sidewalk or whatever, take a look behind you, right? Make sure you're not getting followed or anything like that.
Yeah,
Not just at nighttime, right? People always assume, oh, at nighttime, make sure no one's following you. Well, during the daytime too. Things happen during the daytime too.
yeah, exactly.
I've seen and heard things happen during the daytime, even public areas. So there's no, just because there's people around doesn't you don't necessarily have safety because there's people around. It's not that big of a deterrent, right? Like Bob
I
said,
agree.
some people are just don't care, so they don't care if they get busted or people are watching.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah, that's what I've been telling my friend.
Even if there is people around you, it can make you feel of full secure.
False security where
Yeah.
because and things like the bystander effect are a real concept, and it does happen. Hell, I've seen it with my own eyes. Because I remember this one time I was coming back from a place, right? I was walking through a parkade shopping area, right? And someone fainted, whatever, right? Now, I stood around for a little bit and I started to draw attention to it, right? Lots of people just walking by, or, oh, someone else has got it. I don't have to get involved, right? I see that too. Don't get me wrong. Or they don't know how to help, right? But, I stuck around there for a little bit as a learning experience in itself, right? Trying to draw attention to the scenario at that time, right? I saw someone coming out with what looked like some sort of trauma bay, obviously some emergency type of kit that they had, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So I see the pulse meters, and all this other stuff, right, on your finger and stuff like that for pulse and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They had to call an ambulance. The ambulance showed up like at the main entrance, even though I thought we said we were at this entrance, right? So I walked down to go wave the ambulance down. And it's like, we're over here. It's over here, by the way, right? Just to give them a hand. I don't know what happened afterwards, but I mean, the person was moving a little bit, or some sort of seizure or something like that. So things happened. They were lucky their phone didn't break, so they'll be happy. They're probably happy about that. They didn't break on them. What's their things, right? But that just happened randomly, right? Because I decided to walk through this one way, and it just happened to happen, right? And I'm like, yeah, this is the bystander effect that people talk about. I've seen it with my own eyes, where people just kind of walk away. I think it's because they don't want to get involved, or they don't have the training, don't know what to do, right? Right. But sometimes presence is necessary. It's right. I mean, I could have like did a little bit more, to be honest, myself, right? I could have probably did a lot more, but I wanted to see this play out in front of me.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I could, well, actually, like, see, on my keys, I keep like a whistle, right? I'm not to blow it really loud, but I have a whistle on my keys. Right. You probably heard that. I'm not blowing it loud, also, just on my headphones. And for the headphone users, right? I could have drew way more attention to it. I just want to see this play out a little bit more. Then someone started helping me. Then they went inside to go get some more help, right? Because this was outside in a parkade, right? So they went to the near store or whatever, got some help. Someone else came by with like some sort of trauma bag or whatever, right? Like it looked like one, right? Well stocked and stuff like that, right? And I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah,
And stuff like that. And they were trying to get a name and all this information and stuff like that. They had to call an ambulance, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
That scenario, right? But like I said, the ambulance was like almost a block or two away because they went to a main entrance or a main area, right? So I had to wave them down. I'm like, oh yeah, I think I see them down there. I'll wave them down. It must be for this lady that had a seizure, right? I'm like, just a simple act like waving, helping read an ambulance closer, right? Because sometimes they don't know for sure for what they know, right? They're like, oh, thanks, man. Well, because it buys the person more time because they can get the help right away versus this inconvenience or this indirect approach where it's just like spending an extra 5 minutes over there when we're actually over here. The person's over here, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So literally, I'm just like, like shouting, right? A little, waving my hands. I'm like, yeah, trying to draw more attention to it. So, yeah, it's just because people are around doesn't mean people will help. It's not like people don't want to help, but sometimes, sometimes it's like they don't know how to. They don't want to involve. They don't want to get hurt. A lot of times it's like that too, right? I mean, there are people that help, but sometimes they don't because they're with their own kids, right? You know what I mean? They have
Yeah.
a baby with them, whatever, right? A stroller with them. It's kind of, you know what I mean? So it's hard to want to intervene, or the safety aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes training experience can give you some, can be useful, but
Yeah.
you have to use your own best judgment in situations like that, right? I can't, me or you or anyone else here can't tell you to do it or not help or help. You gotta make that call personally, and realize
Yeah, you have.
there's gonna be pros and cons to doing it, whatever it is, right?
Yeah,
Things
I
happen.
agree with that.
Things happen, right? It's nice when people intervene, but realize that they're putting themselves in jeopardy to a certain degree, right? Because there's a degree of safety, right? If you're skilled, yeah, maybe you have the skills to kind of deal with it, but unskilled, you know what I mean? I'm talking about people with the intent to harm people, right?
Yeah,
It's a much more difficult situation, right?
indeed.
It's about, I mean, and that stuff's happening more frequently, or at least it seems like it. It seems like, every other week you hear something else. I mean, there's a couple instances here in Canada already, right? So
Yeah.
it's not just out east or out west. It's in like every province, pretty much. Different walks of life or whatever, right? Young and old, didn't matter. Some of them are old, some of them are, right? Stuff like that. Well, yeah, that's called the bystander effect. Like I said, it's a real thing. That's why I kind of, when my friends said, "Oh, it's safer during rush hour or something like that with more people around," that's not a guarantee. I'd rather not see anyone at all. 360 turn, I don't see anything. And I mean, let's say, like if you're in an open area, if I don't see anyone, I don't see anyone at all, right?
Right.
I'm not saying things can't happen, but if
It
I see a
can.
lot of people, then that also means that I don't know their intentions. And a lot of the time, it's gonna be good, right? They're just walking by, they're all doing their own thing. They just want to, hop on a train or a subway or something like that and get to a place, go shopping, whatever, right? But you don't know that for sure. You know what I mean? But if I take a
Yeah.
look in an open area, I don't see anyone at all. There is no one. All right, they outside of ranged weapons, I'm pretty good at the moment, right? But if there's a lot of people I don't know, and I don't know them, I don't know their intentions all the way, right? I can't read their intentions until they start doing something. And things have happened. I've seen things happen during daytime too, so it's just not. A lot of the time you see these stories, it's like at nighttime or whatever, right? But crime happens during the day too.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
Because saying that, oh, it's daytime, you're safer. Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Oh, older is closed circuit TV cameras around. You're safe.
Yeah.
That's not a guarantee here. That just means that there's someone or a camera recording it to witness it. Doesn't mean it's going to get intervened if something did happen,
Exactly.
right? Because I was talking to my friend about that, right? We were arguing about that, or kind of debating a little on that. I'm like, things happen regardless if it's nighttime or daytime. If the intention's there, it won't matter the time of day, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
It doesn't matter if you're at a coffee place, crowds of people,
Yeah.
all right? And actually, that actually did happen here in Canada, by the way. And I'm not BSing about too much. I mean, I don't know all the details, but it was at a coffee place. when something happened. Right?
Yeah.
All right. But remember the good with the evil, right? In spite of the evil, the bad that goes on, right? Remember some people that do intervene. Some people that diffuse the tension, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times they have some training, right, to back it up. That, right? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because I'm not saying go intervene when you don't have any training in it at all to diffuse the situation, or little gear to have with you, right? Because the training and the experience will give you confidence, and hopefully it would help, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. And apparently it's not guaranteed that my phone was charging. I'm gonna take a look again. I'm like, oh, I should be at 70, 80%. No, 63. I don't know why my phone's taking so long to charge here. Oh yeah, it's because I'm on the panel and using Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and all that stuff. Yeah. Like I said, so that's why the spatial awareness is very important. In terms of I think in preparedness, it shouldn't be underrated, right?
Yeah, it is.
Because I always think knowing my look, it'll happen when I'm not checking my back, not checking around the corner or whatever first, right? And just like in driving, right? People that get T-boned or whatever, it's sometimes a lot of the times it's because I just checked like half a second ago, there was no one there. Right?
Yeah, and the
next half a second, someone's there now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now someone's there. All right. Because I've seen really close calls before with me. Like I'm, like literally, this one time, me and my friends were getting coffee. Right. Literally, we just went through the intersection. Right behind us, all we hear is this big smack or whatever, like a sound, like a crash. And basically, I just saw someone just got T-boned in the intersection we just left.
Yeah.
Right. That could have easily been us. Right. So sometimes you're just not at the wrong place, but at the right time. For example, right? While other people, it's the wrong place, wrong time. Right? Because literally, if we got delayed at getting coffee or order took an extra minute, that could have been us, right? Easily, right? So I always remember and stuff like that. So I've witnessed stuff like that. It is like, ooh, that's pretty close. Or it's the car right in front of you, right? Imagine that could easily be you, for example, right?
Yeah, I agree on that too.
You decide to pull ahead of the vehicle, pull behind the vehicle instead of ahead of them, let them go by first. Well, sometimes it's the choices that we make that lead to that outcome, and sometimes it's just, the worst time. The worst timing, wrong place, wrong time, worst timing. Okay, all right. So, because I know things happen, stuff like that. So, really, I thought my phone was charging. See, that's why I gotta assume now my phone's not charging unless I actually see. Come on, phone, charge. I want to show something, but I need my phone to charge. Come on, phone. Seriously. I think I need to use another cable here. All right, I think it's time for another cable. One phone. Hold on.
Yeah.
Give me a half a second here. Okay. I'm making sure my phone doesn't flop on the ground.
Yeah.
Because that would not be good.
That would not be good.
I would be cursing like the sailor. That's for sure. I know I would.
Yeah.
I would have to mute myself and be like,
Yeah, probably.
That would not how I want to spend this Sunday, Easter Sunday here. Awful, it's hard. Really? Huh. Okay, well, eventually I'll get it to go. I think I actually. Oh, yeah. Anyways, yeah. It's just like assuming that your phone's gonna stay up on something. I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the times it's when people assume stuff that gets them
Yeah.
into trouble, right? Or assuming someone will help, or right? Or assuming someone will intervene, or assuming this is not going to happen during the daytime. Oh, it's a busy area. No one's going to try anything, right?
Yeah.
Right. I don't like to assume. That's like assuming that things are going to work out well. I hope so. And a lot of the time, it's 95% of the time, yeah, nothing's going to happen, right? It's just that one time you decide not to check and something major happened. That's what I don't want to go through. Yeah, I know. I know, Hendo. I get my batteries charging. Good. So yeah. See, I do a lot of biking too.
Yeah.
Although I haven't done it for a while. And I always assume people. Let's just say I'm passing by someone on the road. I don't assume they can see or hear me until I see eye contact or some sort of indication. You know what I mean? Like a slow down or they step out of the way, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I know better. People jogging or whatever, right? Stuff like that. So, because I don't want to startle them too, right? Because I know that's why I'll pull away like a good couple meters away, right? A couple feet, like 6 feet away, just in case. So because I don't want to assume that they're just gonna keep walking and just turn and let me pass by. They might like pivot or something like that. So that's why I might. That way, gives me a lot more in terms of lead time because there's more spacing to react to it, whatever it is, right? Good, bad, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Some nice out there. I know I had to bring my solar lights out to charge up a bit.
Yeah,
I mean, it's so
that
nice
sounds
out. I
like a
figured
good idea to do.
Yeah, I'm still a big fan of these solar garden lights
Yeah.
for what they are. I mean, these would be my first line of defense in terms of a power outage. These are things I would use first in terms of that scenario. I mean, I use them day to day anyways, but they'd be my first line. And stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I told you earlier. See, I took the shadow literally like 6 hours before the stream. 6 hours ago. It's actually been 6 hours ago now.
Yeah.
That was the morning time for me, right? And out east in the nation's capital in Ottawa right now, there's still people without power.
Yeah.
I don't know if they got it back now, but yesterday on the news, it's been reported that some places are still without power. Day 4 or 5 of it, right? So that's why I've been thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, I need to up my game on that too. Right?
Yeah.
Also, Courtney was in earlier. She went through something like that. A power outage, right? A couple of days, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know for her it'd be just a slight inconvenience. It wouldn't be as major because she has some things prepared, just in case and stuff like that.
True.
I'm aware of that. Right. I usually more worried about people that are less prepared. Because then it becomes more than an inconvenience. It becomes something major to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
Sometimes every so often I check in with people, right? And be like, Well, because I know sometimes. Well, because in an area, whatever, right? They might know people, friends, family, right? That could be affected too, right? So I always ask. All right, not just for respect, because I care enough, right? Because knowing that the people the people you love, friends and family are good. Generally it's something good when things are like that. Right?
Yeah.
So Shadow, are you still working on that? I'm assuming you're still working on those cans and water thing.
Not so much at this point. So, but
Or it's good enough as it is for now, at least for the
yeah,
next couple of months, right? Or it's suitable. It's good enough for now. It'll buy you some time, both the water and the
yeah,
food, for example, right? Yeah, that's why. Yeah, even for me here, I'm trying to up my game a little. At least have something. Because
yeah,
I've been reconsidering that the power outage thing a little bit more. Well, I know you bought that solar generator or very
yeah,
big battery bank, right? I need to up my game on that a little bit. I got something, but it's not that major yet in terms of scale, right? Like the small battery banks, the solar lights. That's still for me small scale in terms of right. On a larger scale, it'd be like a generator, a really big solar generator,
yeah.
and all that stuff. I'm not quite there yet.
You can't have a big generator in an apartment.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
Have you tried it out with the fridge yet? Have you tried that?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying, all right. If it can run it, that'd be nice to know. And if it does, how long?
Yeah, but we have a pretty large fridge, so and that is attached into the wall, so it's
Oh,
tricky to
okay.
get it. Yeah, so it's tricky to get that one out. And I don't want to mess with that because I probably can't get it back in. So
It'd be like, well, hopefully it won't come down to that. Hopefully it won't come down to that. You're actually having to do that. But that's why I've been reconsidering it more and more. See, one of the things like during these heat waves, power outages or rolling brownouts is one of those things that I expect to see. Like even here in Canada, right during the major heat dome that we had back in 2021, when
yeah,
basically I saw plus 38 here. That's 97, 98 Fahrenheit, almost 100 Fahrenheit right here in
that's
Canada,
hot.
right? Some places were even hotter than that, right? I was expecting, I'm like, oh, everyone's probably gonna be running AC. There's probably gonna be some sort of brownout or rolling blackout or rolling brownout, and it did actually happen. It was very short, few hours, right? Maybe 3 hours, and it was still daytime. Well, near dusk when it happened, right? Power came back before it got really dark, right? But I was already planning for that because I kind of expected that, right? Because I hear it in the U.S. and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, this could happen here, right? Everyone's gonna be using AC. There might be too much power, too much consumption, a rolling brownout or something like that, right?
Yeah,
You know. So I made sure the solar lights were charged that day. Like literally, I'm in the shower with a solar light. I mean, it was just to cool me down because it was still so hot outside, right? But it's just one of those things. I'm like, so I could still have a shower, a quick cooling shower, right? I didn't have to, you know what I mean?
yeah,
So that was convenient in itself, right? Because I'm like, oh yeah, see, I made the solar lights actually work for me. I didn't have to dip into candles or anything else yet, right? That was my first line, right? In terms of like the procedure that I would go use or the gear that I would use, right? Because
yeah,
those were already charged, right? So I'll use those first. I didn't have to dip into like, some sort of battery bank, alkaline, rechargeable batteries, or even lithium batteries, right? For example, I didn't have to dip into those resources yet. I could have if it went longer and it actually became dark, right? Because like I said, the power came back before really it got dark. It was like dusk when it started to come back. The power started to come back, right? So I didn't have to dip into it all the way, but I'm like, I was aware that this could last longer. This could last, because it was like July, right? So sunset's at, it doesn't get dark till like past 11, right? But we were lucky that it came back before it really got dark. So, because actually I didn't notice it at first because I was outside. I didn't notice it. I'm like, oh, that's why I'm randomly seeing people outside. Because everyone went out for a walk, right? Because they're like, oh, we got no AC inside. We got to go for a walk. I kind of noticed that, right? A lot of people were outside, right? I'm just like, and stuff like that. So, there's one of those preparedness items that I set up a while back in terms of like small scale power outage. So, I got a lighter, candles, batteries, flashlights, even one of those wind up torches / flashlights. So I could dip into that if I wanted to. I haven't actually had to dip into that yet since I started making that kit, but I knew during that power outage, I'm like, okay, I can dip into this if I need to, right? If the solar lights aren't cutting it, or I need more lighting, or whatever, or it went longer. So it was just one of those things. I'm like, I was already thinking like, 2-3 hours later, if this went longer, right?
Yeah.
You were lucky the power came back within a few hours, right? So that's why I'm always thinking to myself, I'm like, I feel for people that actually go for it much longer. Days, right? That just took a few hours, right? But then, to me, after 6 hours, then I start to get more concerned. I raise it up to the next level because now, you know what I mean? Like certain little things like your fridge is starting to cool down or warm up, I should say, right?
Yeah.
To a certain degree, right? Because I think in 6 hours, most people should be able to manage that. For the most part. I say for the most part, right? Outside of CPAP machines and stuff like that. Or insulin or something along the lines of that. Most people can handle that. I mean, if you go camping or whatever, right? You don't have, I'm like, why is everyone on their phone? I thought we were coming out camping. Right? Like, don't get me wrong, I have my phone to check on messages if it's more, right? But I'm not there using data or anything like that. I might be recording video or whatever, right? But or maybe even listening to music, but I'm not there watching a video that I put on my phone now. Probably not. Because I have other things I want to do, right? Make a campfire, make charcoal, set up our tents better, reinforce our kind of tent area, put the tarps up, oh, it's supposed to be really hot today. Let's get some more shade up for all of us, right? Even to the point where, early in the morning, I'd set up the campfire, not to burn it during the afternoon because it's going to be 32 out, but for evening time, so I don't even have to do it. Doing the work while it's still cool out, right? Be proactive like that. That way I can just relax during the day, right? Campfire, we just got to light a match, drive a couple sparks, blow into the flame, it's good, right? It's already set up. It's just waiting, all right? I'm just waiting for it to cool down or until a campfire is necessary, right? I'm not going to start a campfire when it's 32 out. Unless it's necessary, right? Because it's just a waste of wood or fuel. I don't need to warm up with it, right? It's just going to be way too hot. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm waiting until it gets dark or it cools down or the sun starts to set behind the tree line or whatever, right? 9 o'clock. I'm like, okay, now we're ready for it. Okay. I just set it up in the morning or whatever, right? Because I'm planning ahead through it and just like, yeah, we'll probably have one later, right? I'll just do the work now, so I don't even have to worry about it in the heat of the day or when it gets hotter out, right? While it's still relatively cool out, do the work. It's just like even early mornings with other people around, I'd be like, okay, let's set up the shelter, this shade, tarps, or whatever. Let's just do this now. Right? Let's just get this over with before it really gets hot. The midday sun comes out, right? Because we won't want to do this later. And we can just relax later in the afternoon. Like, literally, it's 30, 32 out. We're just relaxing in the afternoon. I don't want to do work in the afternoon. Because I know it's just setting up, like, a tarp or whatever, right? I'd rather do that in the morning for us, right? You know, while it's still relatively not too hot out. Because later on, you won't want to do it, right? Because it's like, oh, I'm too lazy. There's a little bit of shade's good enough for me, or something like that. Instead of trying to expand the shade up for more people, for your group that you're with and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, because I remember last year, which was one of the first years I actually managed to come back camping and stuff like that. It was just one of those things, right? We're always trying to improve on camp and stuff like that, keep busy. Like, people relax too, right? We were talking and other things too, right? I was recording some video or going for a walk, but you know, when the wind's picking up, you know, set up camp, make it better, right? Or there's rain in the forecast, right? Let's make sure we button down the hatches, as they say, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting windier. Let's, you know, check our guidelines and our tie down points for rain and stuff like that. Because stuff like that, solid shelter is important.
Yeah.
Like
Indeed.
shade from the sun, block the wind or redirect the wind and stuff like that. So everyone can be, if it's pouring out, everyone can have some stay dry, right? No one needs to wear, per se, quote unquote, wear a rain poncho in this area. Yeah, you can get in your tent, come back out, and you're not just gonna get soaked right away, right? Stuff like that. So I've been trying to use those knots that I know of, right?
Yeah.
In those situations, right? Right. Yeah. You know, when people say you don't have to use complicated knots here, I'm like, yeah, it may look complicated at the beginning, but a lot of the time it'll be a quick release, right? Quick release.
Yeah.
Kind of deal, right? I'm doing no work beforehand, so it's quicker at the end, right? People will be like, look how fast is that? I can just pull out it's out and it's not just undo itself because it's a quick release type of knot and stuff like that. And there's several knots like that. I've been starting to use the tumble hitch. It's a slip type of knot with a quick release. One of the things I picked up. Actually, I'm kind of glad that I watched some videos and stuff like that. I actually did that as a challenge and as a VR. Because when I actually shot that video, I actually shot that video in -35. Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, yeah. That's where I learned the Fairmont friction hitch too.
Yeah.
Which is not a circle. So yeah, I mean, the Fairmont friction hitch, it's basically like a acoustic knot, but made in a certain way. The concept is still the same though, like, you know, like loops and stuff helping you.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I'll show you it one of these days, Shadow, or something like that, or direct you to somewhere. I haven't used it much, but every so often I do use it. Right? Like the Prusik knot, the Lark's head knot, which basically is a Prusik knot, but with only one loop. Because usually a Prusik knot has like 3 loops on both sides, right? The Fairmont friction hitch is basically very similar, 2 or 3 around, and then, well, when you see it, you'd be like, oh, that makes sense. So, That's how I started to understand the knots a little bit better because I can relate them into each other and understand. Oh, this is a way to hold it, the twist, the bites, the the loops and stuff like that, right? And how you twist it in the game.
Yeah.
It's just like Trucker's Edge, right?
Yeah.
It took me a little bit to learn it because I just had to figure out which way to make the loop or the bite. Oh, I have to go this direction. That's how it works, right? Then it started to make sense better, right? Now I know it better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So I've been trying to incorporate them in when I'm setting up camp and stuff like that. I mean, if I'm setting up camp personally for my own things, that's one thing, right? It's for what other people do, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why I've been trying to use the quick release ones. Because no one says
Yeah.
anything to me if it's a quick release. No one says anything, right? All right. No one says anything. It's actually when I start using like a taut line hitch or something like that, right? People don't understand that part of it.
Yeah.
They don't realize that it's because a taut line hitch is very similar it's a friction base, right? Similar to like the Fairmont friction hitch and similar to a Prusik knot, right? Or Prusik knot, whatever you want to call it. Because those are all held by friction, the loops that go around it, right? Like taut line, 2 loops behind, and you put a loop behind in the front and tie it off, right? That's how it gets that kind of holding power in terms of like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I figure stuff like that's been quite useful for me, and I've been trying to apply that in different areas, right? And stuff like that. You know what I actually started to do, Shadow?
What?
Like, let's say you had a chip bag or something like that. And instead of I don't use the chip bag clips anymore. I stopped using those. I'm just using cordage.
Yeah.
Just use a taut line hitch. I just have it in a certain way where I have a lark's head knot or a Prusik knot on the inside of the taut line hitch, so I can pull back the airway and actually loosen it to open. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I've started to notice as I've been using these, those big chip clips or whatever that people like to use, right? You know those? A lot of people have them, right? You've probably seen them around, right? One of the big things I don't like about that, it doesn't fit on some of the wider bags, or there's a lot of material you gotta go around. It starts to bend around it, right? And I don't want to break a piece of plastic. I mean, they're not expensive, but to me lately, I think I wouldn't buy anymore just because now I know, I could just use a taut line hitch, right? I'm not gonna break that cordage on that chip bag. You know what I mean? But I can still undo it, right, and stuff like that. And it keeps the opening closed really, really tight, right? Because I know sometimes those chip bag holder clips, they're not that great of a seal in terms of, like, you know what I mean, like, for what it is. I don't know if anyone else has experienced that, but I've started to notice that more and more. So yeah. Well, you said it was an open talk.
Yeah, it is.
You said it was an open talk, so I guess I'm openly talking about many different things.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to talk about food because I don't want to make myself hungry. But yeah.
But by the way, Sierra, I begin to get pretty tired now. And I begin to get some headache too. So I think we wrap things up now. So
yeah, since we are coming to the top hour anyway.
Yeah.
And basically, no one's left a message since you said it like half an hour ago. Yeah, it's kind of winding down, and I do have to return a phone call. Roy, like, why is CR not returning a phone call? So, okay, everyone, like Shadow would say, stay safe,
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah. Stay safe. God bless. Take care.
Until the next
Thanks for
one.
stopping by. Until the next one. Yeah, until the next one.
Are you actually waiting for the timer to say 5 hours? It's like, still 15 seconds.
Yeah. 11. Now 10. But anyway, thanks for stopping by.
Take care, everyone.
Take care.